Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Town of Islip Planning Board meeting for Wednesday, May 4th, 2022. I'm going to start by asking everybody to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, Okay, just to go over the ground rules for the meeting tonight. If the item says public hearing, that means it's open for public hearing. You're welcome to speak. If you want to speak on those, there are yellow cards in the back. Please fill those out, indicate which item you'd like to speak on. We ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. There is a nice clock over there, and Wendy will let you know when you're approaching the 3-minute mark. If you're an applicant, we remind you again that applications and presentations should be no more than, I'm not saying should be 30 minutes, should be no more than 30 minutes for your presentations. With that, we are going to start. First item on the agenda, site plan modification decision item. Stephen Rosen, SP 2021-086, east side of Islip Avenue, State Route 111, 118 feet north of Union Boulevard, County Route 50, Islip, 155 Islip Avenue. Applicant requests a parking relaxation in connection with a change of use for a portion of an existing grocery store to a physical therapy office. Good evening to the applicant. Do we have the applicant? Mr. Gonzalez, can we go forward without them? All right. Well, if the person for item number 1 is not here, we're going to go on to item number 2. So get moved to the rear of the meeting. Town Board application recommendation item, Global Team LI LLC, CZ 2021-018, southeast corner of Main Street, State Route 27A and Smith Avenue, Islip, 410 Main Street. Applicant requests a change of zone from an overlay plan landmark preservation district and a town board special permit. Town board special permit for pursuant to Town Code Section 68-451A3 in order to modify the density and dimensional requirements of the existing business district for a mixed-use building. Applicant further requests a certificate of appropriateness for the material change of appearance for the existing building. Site plan modification are also required as part of this application. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Guy W. Germano, 4250 Veterans Memorial Highway, Holbrook, New York, for the applicant. The applicant's been working with planning and the town attorney for the last 2 months or so, couple of months, and we've agreed on the covenants and restrictions, which I believe you've all seen.
Mr. Germano, is that on, or can you speak closer? Just want to make sure.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
I'm sorry.
Much better.
The applicant has been working with planning department, Sean and company, and we've reached out what we think is a really good agreement so that we can move forward with the project. We're in agreement with the CNRs. We're going to, just to summarize, we're going to be, with regard to parking, we're going to be renovating the Smith Street lot, providing 50 real parking spaces, much safer. There'll be lighting attached to that as well. And we're going to contribute a parking mitigation fee to the town, where it can use wherever it likes, for $1,500 a unit. That comes to $34,500.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Colgan to give us a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This application was previously heard, on October 13th. The issues raised at that time were parking, traffic, and the size of the building. The applicant has agreed to improve the Smith Avenue municipal lot with regards to drainage, striping, and lighting. This will make the lot a safer and more inviting place to park. There will also be a turnout in front of the building for convenient drop-off and unloading, which should discourage illegal parking. The town's traffic consultant reviewed the parking analysis, and he indicated parking supply is anticipated to be sufficient to meet demand during those peak demand hours. In addition, the applicant will pay a mitigation fee in lieu of parking for the town to use to improve downtown parking, possibly for the expansion of the parking lot here at Town Hall West. The traffic was reviewed by the town's traffic consultant, and he stated the proposed reuse of the existing movie theater building will generate significantly less traffic than the former movie theater use. Traffic safety will be improved with a sidewalk to be installed along the Smith Avenue lot to control ingress and egress, as well as with the installation of a rectangular rapid flashing beacon across Main Street to warn motorists that pedestrians will be crossing. And for the sake of clarity on the record, the staff supports the bulk of the building in conjunction with the Land Landmark Preservation Zoning Designation Overlay, given that the applicant is working predominantly within the existing shell of the building. And with that, the staff recommends the board grant the application subject to the drafted covenants and restrictions.
Any questions for the applicant, Mr. Colvin? Anything further from the applicant?
No, Mr.
The
Chairman?
covenants and restrictions are executed?
Well, we've agreed to them. They haven't been,
Okay, so
we're
you're in
just
agreement.
getting, as we're speaking, they've been.
As long as you're in agreement, that
Yeah,
works.
We're in agreement.
Is there a motion? Mr. Ruggieri.
I'll make a motion that we grant this application subject to the covenants and restrictions drafted by staff and agreed to by the applicant.
It's a motion by Mr. Ruggieri to grant the application subject to the covenants and restrictions drafted by staff, seconded by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor? Opposed, abstentions, the application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, major subdivision, preliminary approval, public hearing. Joseph Daytree, Bella Vista Court, MS 2022-001, north side of Milmay Avenue, approximately 1,061 feet east of Blydenburg Road, Hauppauge, 91 Milmay Avenue. Applicant requests cluster authorization and preliminary approval with modification of road improvements in connection with the two-lot major subdivision for one new single-family dwelling. Good evening to the applicant.
Randall Whitebroad, 144 West Main Street, Bay Shore, New York, attorney for the applicant. Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. This is a proposed two-lot subdivision that had been previously before this board back in 2015. Before you is the yield map. Then in 2015, as now, each of the two lots do conform to local zoning. Specifically, lot number 1 has a square footage area of 40,015 square feet with 151.85 feet of frontage on Milmay. And lot 2 provides for 156,667 square feet with 147.42 feet of frontage on the cul-de-sac. It's a 5-acre parcel. It's treated as a major subdivision because we have to kind of incorporate the right-of-way, thereby eliminating a flag lot. I have with me Bob Holzmacher. If you have any questions regarding the layout of the map.
Thank you. If you have nothing further, we'll go to public comment and staff report, and we'll come back for questions. I do not have any cards. Anyone who wishes to be heard on this application? Did anyone come in late who wishes to be heard? Not seeing anyone. I'm going to turn to Mr. Gonzalez for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This approximately 5-acre parcel is zoned Residence AAA and currently improved with a single-family dwelling that fronts on Milmay Avenue. The property is over 1,000 feet deep and abuts the Windwatch Golf Course. As Mr. Whitebroad stated, the proposal before the board tonight is for the construction of one new single-family dwelling, and the existing house will remain. There was a major subdivision application on this property from a previous owner in 2015 that was voluntarily withdrawn prior to its first hearing. Any access was requested on the west side of the property by staff at the time in order to provide potential future access to the adjacent property. Staff met with that owner to discuss that potential, and records show no further correspondence. There were discussions between the applicant and staff that the western access may not be viable based on the existing grading of site in that area. The prior application went through 2 full reviews by planning staff, and based on staff review, it was determined that the property may have been the destination of unauthorized fill dating back to the early 2000s. Based on that, staff required the applicant to hire an engineering firm and prepare a soil sample plan. That plan indicated no hazardous waste materials were encountered, and only 3 pesticides were revealed above standard guidelines. Additional borings at significant depths were deemed not necessary, but based on the analysis, further review was recommended by the Suffolk County Department of Health Services. They were to provide 3 additional sets of samples within the proposed rear yard of the northerly dwelling, and a soil management plan was to be prepared. As the applicant withdrew the application, that was never completed to staff's knowledge. But as this new project is moving forward, that would require to be done before any final approval of this board, and staff will be able to work with the applicant on that. The current layout as recommended by staff, would be to map the new right-of-way, which is typically 50 feet wide, ending in a 120-foot diameter cul-de-sac. However, to cluster the property to allow the applicant to build a smaller driveway within that right-of-way. The yield plan before you, as provided, meets the criteria for one additional lot. As stated earlier, per the applicant's engineer, the western side of the property cannot accommodate a new access because of the existing grading, and it would remove significant trees in the area. Thus, this new right-of-way will be on the east side, where the area is already partially cleared. The design will have to be revised slightly to create a larger setback for the existing garage to remain and show the new driveway construction. Typical driveway width for this type of application is approximately 20 feet. However, it will be vetted with the fire marshal's office to make sure they sign off on it. Based on the above, staff recommend the board approve the yield plan tonight. However, reserve decision to allow the staff to work with the applicant on revising the cluster plan. The application can be brought back to the board for preliminary approval, cluster authorization, and final approval all at once.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant? Is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion to approve the yield plan and reserve the decision tonight.
Motion by Mr. Brown to approve the yield plan and reserve decision. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The yield plan is approved and the decision is reserved. Thank you. Site plan modification, public hearing, Michael X. Matone, SP 2022-008, east side of Park Avenue, 547 feet south of Union Boulevard, County Route 50, Bayshore, 41-45 Park Avenue. Applicant requests parking and landscaping relaxations in connection with the change of use of an existing office building to a medical office. Good evening.
Good evening. For the applicant, Brian Kennedy with the law firm of Forcelli, Deegan, Toronto. Offices at 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Suite 1010, Uniondale, New York. The applicant is before this board as part of their application to renovate and improve an existing office building located at 41-45 Park Avenue in Bayshore. As part of that proposed redevelopment, applicant is seeking this board's approval for a parking variance and a minor landscaping relaxation. Presently, this site is occupied by an 8,860 square foot building, which was last occupied by the Alzheimer's Disease Resource Center and served as an adult daycare facility. This site has been vacant for some time and the interior has fallen into disrepair. The applicant's proposed redevelopment will maintain and repurpose the existing building without increasing the building's footprint. The renovated building will serve as a new home for an existing nearby medical practice. Catholic Health Services of Long Island currently operates a facility at 24 East Main Street, which is just 0.3 miles from the subject location. Should this board grant the requested relief, Catholic Health Services will relocate that existing practice known as Good Samaritan Orthopedics to the subject property. The proposed redevelopment calls for minor site modifications. Currently, the northeast portion of the property contains a patio and walkway that serve the prior occupants of the site. The applicant proposes to eliminate the patio and create 8 additional parking stalls. The entire lot will be repaved, restriped. There will be no change in the site's access point. Despite creating these 8 new stalls, applicant will still require a small parking variance. Fortunately, the subject parcel is located in close proximity to several underutilized municipal parking lots, as well as ample off-street parking. As part of this application, the applicant retained R&M Engineering to conduct a thorough parking analysis. And in just a few moments, I'll call on Wayne Muller of R&M to testify to the results of that analysis. But before doing so, I'd like to explain the proposed future operations of this site by Catholic Health Services. The existing office that Catholic Health Service is currently occupying houses a small orthopedic medical practice that has been serving the community since 2011. Patients at this facility generally have short in-office visits, with the average length of a visit being 15 to 30 minutes. Catholic Health's current service location relies exclusively on municipal parking. Relocation of that practice to 45 Park Ave will greatly improve the parking situation for both the tenant and surrounding community. This application allows Catholic Health to continue to serve the Bayshore community that it has served for over a decade. Now, the new facility will employ approximately 12 total employees. However, there will never be more than 5 providers at a time. The proposed hours of operation will be weekdays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Catholic Health Services has already indicated that employees will be required to utilize municipal parking stalls, allowing patients to utilize on-site parking to the greatest extent possible. Now, with that, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Wayne Muller and ask him to briefly speak about the results of his parking
Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Wayne Muller. I'm with the firm of Robinson and Muller Engineering. Our offices are at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. Mr. Kennedy indicated we prepared a fairly detailed parking analysis that was previously submitted to the town. As indicated in my analysis, we performed observations of the current level of on-street parking that's within the downtown Bayshore area, and we performed those studies on Friday, December 10th, between the hours of 7 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Located just to the south of the subject property are 3 fairly significant municipal parking areas. They were previously labeled field 6, 7, and 8, and 9 actually. However, the town just recently updated their Bayshore parking map, and now they're labeled A, B, C, and D. As indicated in my report, based on the times that we observed the parking activity within those municipal parking fields, at no time during the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Were the lots anywhere near capacity. There's an abundance of available parking within those parking lots that would accommodate any of the activity generated by this proposed medical office building. In order to estimate the quantity of parking that would be generated by the medical office building in accordance with standard procedures, we utilize the Institute of Transportation Engineers parking generation statistics. However, in this instance, based on our experience with previous conversions of existing office buildings to medical office buildings, based on the review of the town's consultant, LK McLean and Associates, we utilized a higher ratio for medical office. But our analysis determined that there would be 41 vehicles parked, and there are only 40 spaces provided on the property, so there would be a shortfall in the parking on the property of 1 vehicle, which in my opinion could easily be accommodated in the on-street parking areas, on park, and or in the municipal lots. Subsequent to the preparation of our analysis, Mr. Kennedy indicated that the staff would solely park within the municipal parking field, so that will free up a lot of parking on the property, so that, in my opinion, all of the patients to and from the property will be solely contained on site, and then the employees will park within the municipal parking fields in accordance with current town regulations. So therefore, based on the analyses that we performed, it is my professional opinion that the granting of the parking relief requested before the board tonight will not create any undue traffic congestion or hazard, and that there is an abundance of available parking in the municipal lots that are located to the south of the subject property to accommodate the 12 parking spaces that will be occupied by the 12 employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the applicant?
The proposed redevelopment of the site does not call for an increase in the size of the existing structure. As stated earlier, it provides significant improvements to the site landscaping and is in line with the improvements to the immediate area. Just speaking to the requested landscaping relaxation, it is the minimus. The application provides 19.36% landscaping, where 20% is required. With that, I would ask that this board look favorably on this application.
Thank you. I do not have any cards. Anyone who signed up to speak on this? Did anyone come in late who wish to be heard on this application? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to go to Mr. Gonzalez for a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This BD zoned almost 3/4 acre property, as Mr. Kennedy stated, is currently improved with almost an 8,900 square foot one-story building built circa 1930, previously occupied by the Alzheimer's Disease Resource Center and housed an adult daycare facility. As stated by the applicant, the current proposal is for the building to be occupied by an existing medical office that is being relocated from 24 East Main Street, about 0.3 miles away. Per the applicant's team, the medical office will be primarily an orthopedic operation with up to potentially 5 practitioners. The current plan operate between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. during the weekdays with no weekend hours. The parking requirement for this building is 59 stalls, with 40 being provided on site. That is a relaxation of a little over 32%. As stated by the applicant, 8 additional stalls are being constructed in the landscaped area around the side of the building. The applicant retained R&M Engineering to conduct a parking analysis report dated April 26, 2022, which was submitted to staff for review. Parking counts of the municipal and street parking in the area were taken in December of 2021, and medical office trip generation based on the ITE 5th generation manual. The applicant's team stated there is enough municipal and street parking to adequately handle the anticipated need. Typically, ITE data for medical uses does not accurately represent local data, which is more intensive. However, R&M Engineering did attest to the fact that they used a stricter calculation for the medical use. In addition, although the street parking on Park Avenue may be viable, the municipal parking on the south side of Mechanicsville Road is over 400 feet south of the subject property, which would force either employees or people visiting the office to walk a far distance. The applicant did state that employees could be conditioned in the CNRs to park off-site to reserve more spots for the applicant. Based on that, staff would see if there's any questions from the board or if there's any further public comment, and then we could work with the applicant to address any of those questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to direct a question to the applicant, or at least a comment. I'm somewhat concerned about the parking situation in downtown Bayshore. We've got north of 1,000 new units coming online in the next 12 to 18 months. A relaxation of 30% is significant. I know it's not a huge number, but I'd like to see you work with staff to see if we can come up with some solution there, or whether there's some alternative easement arrangements that can be made with adjoining property owners. I'm a little bit concerned about asking or actually expecting patients to be walking, 2 or 3 blocks essentially down to that Mechanicsville parking lot. I think that's unrealistic. I think it's also unrealistic to be expecting orthopedic doctors to be parking off site. I just don't think that's practical. I think they'd be parking in that lot anyway. It's going to take away some additional parking. So I'd be supportive generally of the application, provided you come back with some mediation on the parking issue, if you could. All right, thank you.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Moriarty. The addition of the 8 additional stalls will help the parking situation down in downtown Bayshore. I understand your concerns about patients traveling from south of Mechanicsville to the subject location. However, all staff could utilize that parking, which would allow 40 stalls for all patients, which in our opinion is sufficient for that site. But to your point, we will work with Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Colgan to craft covenants that work for the town and the applicant as well.
Yeah, just to piggyback on Ms. Moriarty said, I mean, parking in downtown Bay Shore is becoming more of a definitely a lot harder to come by. So certainly making sure that works, and also on Mr. Moriarty's point, the fact that it's an orthopedic office, having people walk from a parking lot that may be off-site for an orthopedic visit may not be as feasible as a different type of office or medical visit. So I would just ask that our traffic engineers review the analysis that was done and provide an analysis back to us. Mr. Ruggieri?
I'd just like to basically second what my colleague said about the parking condition and the concern of a parking shortage in downtown Bay Shore. But I think condition number one goes a long way to address some of those concerns. Are you familiar with condition number one that's being recommended by staff?
I have not seen any.
Oh, you have not seen? Christopher. Oh, that's the next one. Yeah. Well, that's my mistake. I'm reading off a wrong application. Never mind.
It was favorable to our
But
application as well.
it's similar types of conditions that are on the next application should apply to this application. Namely, if a parking shortfall is established, this board has the right to impose further conditions that are outlined in the condition, and that might be a way of addressing the concerns. The other question that I had relates to Mr. Muller's survey. Since you are relocating an existing medical office use, and it's the same use that's moving from location A to location B, did he take a look at that original location to determine the parking requirements there?
I don't believe he did.
Okay. It might be helpful if he did that and to see if the parking that's all. I know he said that there's all municipal parking there,
Sure.
but it might be nice to do an assessment based on patient counts. Would there be a parking shortfall at this location? I mean, we have the benefit of having an existing use that's just relocation.
And I will say the same thing that I've said to Mr. Gonzalez repeatedly. The applicant is willing to work with the town to craft conditions that make this project work for.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there further questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant?
No, thank you.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Mr. Ruggieri?
I'll make a motion that we close this public hearing and reserve decision tonight and give the applicant sufficient time to address some of the comments they heard this evening.
It's a motion by Mr. Ruggieri to close the public hearing and reserve decision this evening. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions were reserved. Thank you. Site plan modification public hearing, Christopher Aiello, SP 2022-017, south side of Montauk Highway, State Route 27A, 185 feet east of Minnetonka Avenue, East Islip, 176 Montauk Highway. Applicant requests a parking relaxation in connection with a change of use for 3 units in an existing multi-tenant building to a retail pork store. Good evening to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is David Bush, registered architect. My offices are at 90 West Main Street, Bay Shore, New York. I'm here tonight representing the applicant, Chris Aiello, who's also with us in the audience. As stated, the existing property is at 176 Montauk Highway in East Islip. It's a multi-tenant building with approximately 76 spaces. Currently, there are 10 tenants CO'd in the space within the building. The applicant, Chris Aiello, is seeking to occupy 3 of the existing tenant spaces. With the occupancy of 3 of the existing tenant spaces, we're seeking a change of use through the permit, changing 2 of the spaces, which are business uses, to a mercantile use. The mercantile use will be for the relocation of the Aiello pork store. With the change of use to the mercantile, we see a new assessment of the parking requirement. As submitted with the application package on drawing SP1.1A, the tenant key plan, we've demonstrated a parking assessment. With the current parking tenancies that are CO'd, the parking requirement by town calculation is 103 spaces. With the change in tenancy in the Aiello pork store, the new requirement is 106 spaces. So with the change in tenancy, the takeover, we see an increase of only 3 spaces. So although the applications before us tonight seems like it's a greater request, it's only a change in 3 spaces on the total lot. With the application as submitted, there was a parking summary letter. The parking summary letter demonstrated the existing tenancies within the building and summarized some of the conditions of working for the business operations of the Pork Aiello pork store, the other tenants of the businesses. The businesses within the buildings, with the other tenants within the multi-tenant building are a hearing center, a jeweler, a salon, an accountant office, and a physical therapy. Aiello's pork store's primary sales occur between the hours of 12 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. on weekdays. On weekends, the primary day of business is Sunday midday. During the week, the mornings bring in the least number of customers, as they typically use for employees preparing product for the time of afternoon sales. In review of the other tenants within the multi-tenant building, the place with the most traffic is the physical therapy unit. It should be noted that the physical therapy unit is on the east end of the multi-tenant building, and the pork store located more towards the west end. The physical therapy unit has its peak hours during the morning hours, before noon, and during the evenings after 5, and it is closed on Sundays. Further, there are only 2 other tenants within the building that have hours operating on Sunday, and Sunday being the busier day for the pork store. In reflection upon the, as documented within the summary submitted, in reflection upon the office out of operation of the businesses in place, peak periods of business, and the increase in parking demand of only 3 spaces on a currently underburdened lot at 176 Main Street in East Islip, proposed business will not result in any excessive parking demand in conjunction with the other tenants. In addition to the parking summary submitted, we have been working with the town engineering department in review of site plan modification conditions. And as late as today, we've exchanged information, and we have in front of us the site plan modifications that would be part of the stipulation of the approval of the proposal. There's 6 conditions within the site plan modifications. We've reviewed them with the property owner and the tenant, and we have acceptance of all 6 conditions within the site plan modifications. Thank you, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you. I do not have any cards. Anyone wish to be heard on this application? Did anyone come in late who wishes to be heard? Not seeing anyone. I'm going to go to Mr. Gonzalez for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This approximately 1 acre business 1 zone property is currently improved with a multi-tenant commercial building, originally CO'd in 1963. As stated by the applicant, the project before the board tonight is for a change of use for 3 of the existing units, which are vacant retail, office, and dentist, to a retail pork store. The proposed parking increase is only 3 stalls. However, the shopping center as a whole is technically underparked. The applicant was required to apply for the entire parking relaxation at this public hearing. So 106 stalls for the site are required. Only 76 are provided. The other uses on site are hearing center, jeweler, salon. There is a recently CO'd Taekwondo studio that was just put in there, physical therapy office, and a dry cleaner. The more intense use of the site being the physical therapy office, which has peak times that are typically in the morning and after 5 p.m. The pork store has sales that primarily occur between 12 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. on weekdays and Sunday midday. Those uses on site should not conflict, and staff does not foresee any excessive parking demand. The applicant's representative was able to discuss the potential of increasing landscaping on site and has come to an agreement, which hopefully the board finds satisfactory. As part of the conditions before you, the asphalt verge strip that is behind the sidewalk on the subject property is going to be replaced with grass and low-lying hedges or shrubs, where feasible. The asphalt verge strip that's in the right-of-way is subject to New York State DOT approval, and I did work with the applicant's representative and modified the conditions slightly. Essentially, the applicant contacted the New York State DOT, and they stated that they would require a full permit to assess the viability of the landscaping in the right-of-way, and then at that time, they would assess for any other requirements. So condition number 2 was modified that if the applicant, which is the tenant, the IL Pork Store, is ready for their CO prior to the DOT permit being finalized, then the owner would put up a cash bond that is calculated by the engineering division in order to make sure there's some guarantee that the improvement would be done even after the unit is CO'd, if the board finds that satisfactory. So that is how we figured we could work that out if the time doesn't line up. So based on that, staff recommends the board grant the application subject to the attached conditions with that stipulation.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant or Mr. Gonzalez? And from what Mr. Gonzalez just said, you're in agreement with the modified.
Correct. The latest
CNR.
modified site modifications.
Right.
Yes.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Is there a motion? Mr. Moriarty. It's a motion by Mr. Moriarty to close the public hearing and grant the application subject to the covenants and restrictions. Second by Mr. Brown. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone have a great evening.
Site plan modification, public hearing, Aaron Daniels, SP 2022-027, southeast corner of Comac Road and Hilltop Drive, Brentwood, 731 Comac Road. Applicant requests parking relaxation in connection with a change of use from a gym to a nail salon and an existing multi-tenant shopping center. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Larry Davis, 175 Oak Street, Patchogue, New York, on behalf of the applicant. As the call of the calendar indicated, we're here for a change of use from a gym that is existing in 2,450 square feet of the.
Can I just ask you to speak closer to the mic?
I'm sorry about that. We're asking for relief. We have a change of use from a gym to a nail salon, in which encompasses 2,450 square feet of the 58,000 plus square foot shopping center. This board in 2020 granted parking relief as well. For a change of use at that point. We have right now 221 stalls available. Under the current application, there are a requirement of 387 stalls. In 2020, as I indicated, this board granted the 221 stalls when there are 382 required. So we're asking for an additional 5 stalls. Part of the reason is at the time of the 2020 calculation, there was a miscalculation for the dental space, and that had required an additional 3.5 spots. There was a miscalculation, and there really should have been 386 spots that were required instead of the 382. So in essence, we're 1 spot in excess of what was granted back in 2020. We have gone over the conditions of staff, the covenants that have been required. They are very similar to what was given in 2020, which have been completely complied with, and we are willing to comply with those conditions and those covenants as required by the staff. If the board has any questions, be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you. I have no cards for this application. Did anyone come in late who wishes to be heard? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to go to Mr. Gonzalez for a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This business one zoned almost 5-acre site is currently improved with a multi-commercial building, CO'd in 1963, which consists of various retail, restaurant, and other service uses. The application before you tonight is proposing the conversion of Unit 10, which is slightly under 2,500 square feet, from a fitness center to a nail salon. This site was granted a parking relaxation by the board in 2020 under application SP 2020-036 for a change of use of 2 units from retail to medical. One of those has been CO'd and the other medical use never materialized per the applicant's representative. Those figures were 221 stalls provided where 382 were required. One of the board stipulations from that grant was for all violations on site to be cleared prior to CO, based on a violation search by the applicant, which has been submitted to staff. That has been done. The applicant's representative attests to an approximate 38% parking occupancy during peak hours, which is 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the shopping center as a whole. This is in line with the occupancy rate back from the 2020 application. And although the parking relaxation on paper is high, 387 required where 221 is provided, the prior application has not posed any parking issues, and staff does not foresee any issues for this use either. So based on that, staff recommends the board grant the application subject to the attached conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any questions for the applicant or Mr. Gonzalez? Anything further from the applicant?
Nope.
Is there a motion? Mr. Matamore. It's a motion by Mr. Matamore to close the public hearing and grant the application subject to the covenants and restrictions. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
I'm told that Mr. Rosen is here, so I'm going to go to site plan modification decision item. Stephen Rosen, SP 2021-086, east side of Islip Avenue, State Route 111, 118 feet north of Union Boulevard, County Route 50, Islip, 155 Islip Avenue. Applicant requests a parking relaxation in connection with a change of use for a portion of an existing grocery store to a physical therapy office. Good evening.
Good evening. Dan Pedersen with Bowler, 2929 Expressway Drive, North Hauppauge. Pedersen, Pedersen. Here on behalf of the applicant, we are requesting a parking relaxation. The existing building is a 47,560 square foot Lidl supermarket, previously approved for 222 parking stalls under SP 2020-069 on April 16th, 2021. The application is to subdivide the Lidl tenancy for a ProCare physical therapy office of 11,089 square feet. Due to the change in use and the parking regulations with a stricter medical office parking requirement compared to retail, and the additional ADA stalls required of a medical office, we are requesting this parking relaxation where 284 stalls are required and 214 stalls are proposed. Atlantic Traffic, who's with me here tonight, prepared a parking study, which was submitted to the planning department, which exhibited that 104 parking stalls would be needed in the peak time, and that would result in 110 reserve capacity of the parking lot. We've reviewed the draft conditions, have no objections to them, and look forward to working diligently with the planning and engineering department on upgrading the landscaping at the site.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Gonzalez for a staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This industrial one zoned slightly over 4-acre parcel is currently improved with a 45,760 square foot building, originally CO'd in 1970. Approximately 35,000 square feet is the operating Lidl grocery store, and the proposal before you tonight per the applicant's representatives to convert the vacant 11,000 square feet north portion of the building to a physical therapy office. 1106.4 of the New York State Building Code requires 20% of the parking for the physical therapy office be ADA accessible, and then the other uses on site must comply with those requirements in terms of parking provided as well. So based on that, 15 ADA stalls are required for the physical therapy use, with an additional 7 for the grocery store for a total of 22. So this required the conversion and loss of 10 stalls from the site to meet those requirements. That is the only site work that is currently proposed for the project, or was originally. Staff has discussed the idea of adding more landscaping on site, whether that be in the parking lot islands or along Islip Avenue. The applicant's team did speak to Lidl, to my understanding, and we have crafted conditions based on that to add more landscaping within the parking lot and to add more along Islip Avenue frontage. As per the applicant's representative, a traffic and parking study was prepared by Atlantic Traffic and Design and was submitted to the town's independent traffic consultant, L.K. McLean Associates, and it was determined based that the addition of the physical therapy practice to the existing supermarket operation would not have significant impacts on traffic operations on the adjacent roadway network, and that the proposed parking supply should be more than adequate to accommodate future demand generated by the combined uses on the site. So based on that, staff recommends the board grant the application subject to the attached conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any questions for the applicant or Mr. Gonzalez? Anything further from the applicant?
Nothing further.
And you're in agreement with the conditions relating to the landscaping?
Correct, we are.
Is there a motion? Mr. Matamore. Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Matamore to grant the application subject to the covenants and restrictions. He's happy about the sprucing up of the shopping center. Was there other comments if you didn't hear him? Is there a second to that motion? Second by, was that Mr. Brown? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted.
All right, thank you for your time.
Town Board application, public hearing, J.J. Corrado Real Estate, LLC, CZ 2022-009, northeast corner of Pond Road and 9th Street, Ronkonkoma. Applicant requests a change of zone from Industrial 1 District to Industrial Transition District, and a planning board special permit for a vehicle fleet storage yard for school buses pursuant to 68-700F. Site plan modifications may be requested as part of this application. Good evening, Mr. DiNicola.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Appearing on behalf of the applicant, Eugene L. DiNicola, 200 Railroad Avenue, Sayville, New York. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit a package for the board.
We'll take those and make them part of the record. Thank you.
The applicant is requesting a change of zone from Industrial 1 District to Industrial Transition District and a planning board special permit for fleet vehicle storage yard for buses pursuant to section 68-700F of the ordinance. The subject site is located at the northeast corner of Pond Road and 9th Street, Ronkonkoma. The subject site is located in an industrial developed zone area with no residential property or residentially zoned property with any reasonable distance. The package which I submitted contains an aerial of the site, an aerial of the surrounding area, a site plan, and building elevations. Across 9th Street from the subject site to the south is a transfer station, and to the east is Casone Outdoor Storage. Further to the southeast is a motocross track zone industrial 2 district. At 11th Street, further to the south, that's 11th Street and Pond Road, is another site for outdoor fleet vehicle storage for buses, which is also Suffolk Transportation Co-op. The property is owned by J&J Corrado, or will be the owner of J&J Corrado Real Estate LLC, but the site will be operated by Suffolk Transportation Service Inc. Across Pond Road to the west are industrial buildings, as you will note on the second aerial in your package. To the northwest, extending from Pond Road on the east to Lakeland Avenue on the south, is Suffolk Bus Corporation with outdoor storage outdoor storage for buses, for fleet of buses. The subject parcel is currently vacant with various storage containers and trailers located on the property. The property, as indicated, is Zone Industrial 1. Those items that exist on the property are with the current property owner and will be removed when and if the applicant takes title, again, depending upon the zoning. The site will have a total landscape area of 33,677 square feet, or 28% of the site, and this front yard will contain 16,335 square feet, or 28% of the 13.7% of the overall site. The applicant proposes to develop and use the property for the outdoor parking and maintenance of fleet storage yard for buses. There will be vans, school buses, there will be vans. The paved area will permit the outdoor parking of 208 vehicles, of which 128 will be vans. The building will contain offices, driver area, break room, bathrooms, and indoor parking for the road service vehicles. There will be no repairs on site. The applicant will landscape the area along Pond Road. The site will have its curb cut for ingress and egress on Pond Road. Complete screening of the site as required or set forth in the ordinance of the school buses cannot be effected due to Department of Homeland Security regulations, which considers school buses a soft target. And visibility from the roadway is required to permit local law enforcement authorities to be able to observe the parked buses. So there will be screening, but the screening cannot be to the extent required by the ordinance. Now, the property is needed to operate school buses for Suffolk Transportation Service pursuant to contracts with AHRC, Mary Haven, Long Island Head Injury, as well as additional school districts. The applicant is making every effort to have the site operational by the end of August 2022 for the opening of schools. Now, various routes and contracts were taken over from Bauman Bus Company, which company is no longer in operation, as I am advised. The Bauman bus site at Veterans Memorial Highway in Bohemia has been sold, and upon information and belief, a large industrial building will be erected on the former Bauman bus site. That site, I think the town will be happy to get rid of it because it backs up to residences and the drivers actually have to cross Veterans Highway. Sometimes they park on I guess it's the north side of Vets Highway. They cross over the south side to get to the buses. I won't recite the special permit criteria set forth in the ordinance, but I will recite that section 68-416 with regard to special exception determinations. I want to make that part of the record. The use will be in harmony with and promote the general purpose and intent of this ordinance. And I ask that be incorporated in my presentation by reference, Mr. Chairman.
We will do so. Thank you.
Now, the School Bus Division of Suffolk Transportation Service, Inc. has been in business for over 65 years as a school bus transportation provider. The Public Transportation Division, Suffolk Bus Corp., has also been in business for 65 years. The School Bus Division operates over 1,600 school buses, and the public transportation portion operates over 273 buses. Suffolk Transportation employs 2,800 employees and transports over 50,000 school children and 10,000 public transit passengers each day. Safety, of course, is their top priority. At this time, Mr. Chairman, without proceeding further, I would respectfully request that this board submit an affirmative recommendation to the town board for the change of zone to industrial transition district and approve and grant the special permit for the fleet vehicle storage yard for buses pursuant to section 68-700F. If there are any questions, I have the corporate, I have Suffolk Transportation representative here, as well as the engineer that prepared this document.
Thank you, Mr. Nicola. I'm going to go to the public hearing portion. I'm going to call on Ralph Neubauer.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ralph Neubauer. My brothers and I own 1971 Pond Road. That's the property that's just north of the proposed site. We have no objection to the change of zone. We support our neighbors. Our neighbors don't always support us, so I would like to have the board consider some covenants and restrictions. I would like the board to consider limiting parking along Pond Road. It seems drivers have a propensity to want to park curbside, and during the day, it's impossible to get a 40-foot truck and a car down or up Pond Road. The town was gracious enough to grant us no parking or standing signs in front of our property. That's made a big difference when you get further north on Pond Road, but the corner coming off of Lakeland Avenue and going all the way up Pond Road is chronically congested with cars. Also, during the winter, Suffolk Bus has a propensity to pile all the snow from the lot they have across the street from my property on the south side of my driveway, creating a hill that I can't see cars coming up going north on Pond Road. I would ask that a covenant be put in place that the snow during the winter be kept on site instead of being put as an obstacle for my driveway. Those are the only asks that Min-Max Machine and the owners of 1971 Pond Road have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Mr. Colgan. I have no other cards. Did anybody else come in and wish to be heard on this application? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to turn to Mr. Colgan, then we'll come back for questions and we'll address those concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated by the applicant, this application proposes a school bus storage yard on currently vacant land. The industrial transition district is generally preferred in areas surrounded by other industrial uses. The surrounding area consists of various outdoor storage, thus the proposed use appears contextual with this neighborhood. The conceptual site plan exceeds landscaping and meets parking requirements. The staff recommends that the applicant continue the street trees along the portion of 9th Avenue that's proposed to remain. The building should include a parapet to screen rooftop equipment, and the board will need to allow the overhead doors to face 9th Street should that fail to be abandoned. A benefit of this proposal includes cleaning up the site, as it appears 2 of the parcels were cleared without benefit of permit and used as a storage yard without the requisite zoning or site plan approval. So we'll leave it up to the board how they want to handle it. We did receive 2, I think, unique comments from the speaker, so it might behoove us to incorporate that into the draft covenants and restrictions.
So we can't restrict parking. We have to send that to traffic safety in terms of putting signs up that say no standing or the rest. But what we can do, and Ms. Nicola, if you're okay with it, and your applicant's okay with it, is having a covenant restriction that says employees and buses can't park.
Yeah, we have no problem with that,
And-
Mr. Chairman. The if you'll notice on the site plan, there is the drivers there's plenty of parking for the drivers, and where there's double loading, the drivers park, if you will. This area. We have absolutely no reason to park on Pond Road whatsoever. As far as the snow plowing, you got to put the snow where you can put the snow. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, I think we need to do a little better than it is what it is based on the concern that was raised.
Well, I mean, we certainly will cooperate with the gentleman with regard to locating the snow on site. Again, that's not an issue.
Right. So what I would propose is that we add the CNR related to the on-street parking for the applicant itself.
Fine.
And then I will add a CNR to be worked out between Ms. DiNicola and planning staff regarding snow removal, as opposed to it is what it is. I think we should do something a little more definite than that, just to address the concern. I'm sure something can be worked out that'll make everybody happy, and we can move forward with the application this evening. Does that
might
work?
have been an occasional
Mr. Ruggiero.
situation. And as far as the screening, we discussed that with Mr. Colvin, and that will be taken care of with the screening of the equipment on the road.
Mr. Ruggiero.
Yeah, I've seen some site plans have snow storage areas. So they have certain parking areas that are designated to pile the snow up in. And that might be something that we show on a site plan for final approval.
We could look into that,
Designated
Mr.
areas
Ruggiero.
within the site plan for snow removal,
Yeah.
for snow storage.
We can certainly discuss that with planning, and we can certainly work that out.
Are there further questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant?
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
And Ms. Newbow will refer your other matter to traffic safety to see if there's something they can do with signage throughout the street. Is there a motion? Ms. Ruggiero.
I'll make a motion that we close this public hearing and grant the application subject to the covenants and restrictions drafted by staff and with the addition of two covenants, one relating to the parking, on-street parking of vehicles, and the second one is regarding the storage of snow that will be worked out between the applicant and planning staff.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Frugieri to close the public hearing and grant the application subject to the covenants and restrictions, subject to two additional covenants to be worked out between the applicant and the planning staff. One is with no on-street parking for the applicant, and the second is working out a snow removal plan for the storage of the snow. And second by Mr. Brown. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Have a good evening.
Albert Grulon at PB 2022-006, north side of Sunrise Highway, State Route 27, east of Mattatuck Boulevard, Bay Shore, 1181 Sunrise Highway. Applicant requests the planning board special permit for a bar nightclub in the Business 1 district pursuant to 68-272.1Q. Site plan modifications are also requested as part of this application. Good evening to the applicant. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is James Manicone of JM2 Architecture, 2410 North Ocean Avenue, Suite 300, Farmingville, New York. For the applicant, seated with me tonight is the owner-operator, Mr. Dan Mala. Mr. Mala is a retired New York City police officer. The application before you is for a special use permit for a VIP lounge. The location is at the Valley Shopping Center, kind of in the center of the shopping center. It's an existing 2,000 square foot space. We do not intend to make any changes to the front or to the storefront or to the rear door. Those will remain. Internally, we are going to be installing a bar. There will be a dance floor, two new handicap bathrooms, some VIP booths, and some other seating. The rear of the building, the existing means of egress will remain just that. It will be a means of egress for emergency only in accordance with the New York State Building Code. It will have a panic bar. There will be no handle on the outside to get in from the rear of the space. The operation that Mr. Mala intends to operate is generally going to be Wednesday through Sunday. He would like to open the establishment at 3 p.m. and close at 4 a.m.
I'm just going to ask everybody to please let him make his comment. Everybody can speak afterwards, and we're trying to keep a record, so thank you.
It should be noted that the operation, as it will begin to open at 3 o'clock, even though it is a nightclub, is a VIP lounge, the music until about almost 10 p.m. will be at a very low level. Obviously, Mr. Mala understands that he is in a shopping center with about 20 other fellow tenants, and he wants to be considerate of the fact that they are operating their business, but he does want to open at 3 o'clock. Some of the other uses directly adjacent to us is a 24-hour laundromat. Okay, the adjacent space to the other side currently is vacant. I believe there's Chinese, there's a pizzeria, and then the anchor store is, I believe, an auto parts store. You know, certainly we've had multiple conversations with planning staff about this. Mr. Mala plans to hire a manager to operate They plan on having security in the space. You know, Mr. Mala and his staff live in this community. They chose this shopping center because they are a part of this community. They have interests in opening other businesses in the community, possibly in the future. So the last thing they want to do is isolate themselves against the community. So conversations that my staff, myself, have had with the owner of this lounge, he is of an attitude that he wants to cooperate with town comments and the community, such that we brought an acoustician in to do decibel levels of the music. And inside the space, at the highest level, decibel levels about 90 decibels. Outside at the fence, opposite the rear of the building, the decibel level is around 50. Now, if you look at a chart of decibel readings, any type of truck, motorcycle, any type of loud automobile exceeds those decibel levels. Mr. Mala also wants to keep the level of the music down, certainly during the afternoon hours while other tenants are operating, but he's also considerate of the community and will be mindful of the noise level even when the music is playing. Now, of course, as a VIP lounge, he will have live music. He will have a DJ. He at times will have karaoke. Okay. He will, of course, he has a New York State liquor license to operate and sell. He will not have, in accordance with code, any food preparation. Food will be limited to prepackaged food that they warm up and sell. They're not manufacturing any wine or beer or anything like that on the premises. It's all prepackaged. Again, further conversations we've had with them to alleviate concerns that certainly we know the community will have. Our client is willing to insulate the rear wall, which is a concrete block wall. He is willing, in accordance with planning staff, plant an evergreen buffer opposite his tenant space to help with noise attenuation or sound attenuation that may be there. And in addition, the planning staff had recommended that the shopping center parking lot be restriped. Now, that's normally something that he would bring up with the landlord. He's not the property owner. He's only a tenant. But he is willing to restripe that entire parking lot. And while it's a minor thing, okay, restriping of the parking lot does add, it enhances the shopping center. Okay, currently the parking stalls are too small. They don't meet your land use standards. So we are going to restripe them so they are, the aisle widths are the proper aisle widths. Because currently right now, the way it's striped, the aisle widths are too narrow. Okay, so it's actually a bit of a hazard for the community who are traversing and circulating in the shopping center. So by my client restriping this, he will bring things to a more uniform and code compliant part of the site. Now, certainly, we understand that that is a small aspect of this. You know, we understand what comes with, you know, a tenant being in a shopping center that is a VIP lounge, that is open after hours. I mean, everything I'm stating is in the Town of Islip zoning code, the way it defines a bar or lounge, operating after hours, not manufacturing beer or anything like that. Mr. Mala, as a retired New York City police officer, okay, certainly by his nature has the community's best interest in mind. The security team that he is going to employ for this establishment every single night is a team of retired police officers. Just a side note, I had a party at my home in last summer. I had a retired security police officer. I felt very reassured, and he wants the community to feel reassured as well. So this is not just he's hiring people with no experience or limited experience to keep the community safe. He is a retired police officer himself who is going to hire men and or women of the same profession to oversee the safety and the proper running of this establishment. Again, because he is a member of this community, his staff is a member of this community, and we understand the connotation and what comes with the concerns of owning or running a nightclub. And I stand before you trying to alleviate those concerns, and I'm certainly will hear the public and address those concerns. But again, in terms of mitigating these concerns, he is looking to insulate that rear wall as necessary for sound attenuation. We did bring in an acoustician to take decibel levels of the music as it's going to be played, as the decibel level is at the fence of the adjacent property across the drive aisle, as well as installing the necessary residential or the evergreen buffer to help with sound attenuation as well. And like I said, he's very mindful of the community, of the adjacent tenants. He wants to make sure that while they're operating their business, if he's open during the afternoon, somebody wants to come in for a drink, relax, that music level is at a level that it is not affecting the adjacent tenants. And like I said, I want to reiterate this. He is a member of this community. He wants to operate an establishment that is legally and lawfully permitted to run in a B1 zone with a special use permit. We've had many conversations with planning staff, and what they have requested of us, he is more than willing to comply, simply because he wants to be part of the fabric of the business community within the town of Islip.
Can I just ask you a question related to that?
Certainly.
You say he wants to be and he wants to open. Has the business at one point in time actually opened?
It was open, yes.
So as we talk about wants to follow the rules, the codes, you keep referencing he's a former law enforcement officer, which should know what the rules are. Explain to me how the business actually opened without the proper permits from the town.
He was unaware that he had to have a special use permit for this. He obviously the landlord did not inform him that he needed to have a permit, a building permit, any type of planning approvals. He wanted to open the business. Landlord is more than happy, and I represent many tenants where landlords simply want to get that tenant in, do not give them the proper guidance to say, you know something, before you move in, you should speak with an architect, because there's going to be, even if the landlord was unaware that a special use permit was required within the town of Islip, that do the doors meet egress? Do the bathrooms, are they ADA compliant? Okay. And, it's not as though he was informed of this. He spoke to our office and just said, you know something, I'm going to ignore all rule of law here and move in. He was naive to what was required. Okay. He started operating, and then immediately after he did close, he retained my office and we started this process. And like I said, we have had multiple meetings, both with planning staff and our client, to outline certainly what the concerns of the community are going to be given this type of establishment, and what could be done and what should be done by him to alleviate those concerns and make this a safer or a better run establishment. And like I said, between bringing in an acoustician in, cooperation of our client, the type of personnel that will be running and overseeing this on a daily basis, I think at this point, granted, I understand what happened in the past, but with the professional guidance he has received from my staff and from planning staff, I think this operation, with all respect, should be approved, and he should be able to operate.
Is this the applicant's first business in the town of Islip?
Yes, I believe it is. If you would like to speak to my client.
You raised the issue of the fact that we never really ask who our applicants are. You keep raising as a former law enforcement officer, therefore follows the rules and the rest. There is a responsibility to follow the rules.
Oh, absolutely.
We open something up. against the rules,
Mhm.
specifically denied. He has 20 open violations on that establishment alone,
Mhm.
not to mention the 26 violations that the landlord has on the property. Going into a business and investing into a business is taking into consideration what that property is, the violations that are there. I mean, you do nothing but walk around the back of the building or walk to the corner piece of the property and see all the trash that's out there, what it looks like, and how it's not maintained.
Mhm.
It may not be his problem that that's there, but that is the landlord and that is the situation you're walking into and should take note of that.
Understood.
The residents around there, sort of have a right. They are abutting a property along Sunrise Highway, but they have a right to have that property meet certain guidelines that are there.
And you know
That's not
something?
the applicant's issue, but it becomes the applicant's issue when you're going into a property that has those
And
issues
I
outstanding.
completely agree. And like any other type of potential client who approaches, whether it be an architect, accountant, attorney, goes in to meet that professional, they're going there for a reason because I just didn't know any better. So I seek professional guidance. My client did that. He went in, he was excited to operate this business. The landlord was more than willing to allow him to sign a lease and say, go operate. So when the town issued those 20 violations, he immediately saw the professional guidance.
You had no choice at that point.
Well, yes, but he did. He did.
So-
And it was through exhaustive efforts and communication and collaboration with your staff that we've come to this point where we are willing to alleviate the concerns to the best of our ability in the community, as well as implement the necessary enhancements to not only his tenant space, but to the site to make it a more pleasing shopping center.
Anything further on your presentation?
No, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Well, we're going to go to public hearing. I would just put out there, as you can think about this as we're having the public comments, but I mean, there are a lot of issues with that property. Painting parking stalls and planting a small buffer, while it's a great step and it's a good offer to the community, the problems with that shopping center are much greater than those two issues. There are a lot of significant issues with that shopping center that have not been dealt with, have not been met with, and I don't think it's a nice offer on his part, and maybe after the fact because it's been shut down. But there are a lot of much bigger issues. Like I said, there are 26 open violations on that property without the 20 that were issued.
And I would
to the current owner.
imagine the majority of those were issued long before he even signed the lease.
That's exactly my point.
You know what I mean? So yes, certainly my client and I are the ones standing here before you, but certainly that landlord has been operating with about 20 other tenants in that shopping center for many, many years.
Correct. But you're now before us because you need a permit from us in order to open this type of business. He has other open violations that'll be dealt with legally.
Yeah.
But I just raised that issue that this is much bigger than just
And-
this application. There is no buffer behind that property.
And we are willing
With the
to install one, and the striping. The comments that were brought to us by planning staff, we addressed with our comment. Those were the comments that were brought to us.
To put a proper buffer back there would probably create issues in terms of egress that may be needed by the fire department or maybe needed by people coming out of those doors. But let's go to the public hearing. We'll come back and we can address those.
I will just say
those
from the
issues.
rear of the building to the property line, you have about 90 feet.
We'll go back through that. I don't think it's that significant. We'll go back through that. Why don't we go to public hearing and then we'll come back and ask those questions. I'm going to call up Cindy Sabatino.
Hi, thank you very much. We have someone that's actually kind of like the group leader. If it's okay if she speaks first, and then can we do that, or do I not have that option?
Just give me the name of the person that you want to speak first. We'll call that person up.
Melinda? And I also have pictures.
And
I'd like
and
to
then
submit.
yes, we'll make them part of the record. And I just ask everybody just speak. The microphone is very low. Just speak directly into it so everybody else can hear you.
Hi,
And just
how are
state your
you?
name for the record, please.
My name is Linda Yoskovich.
Yeah. Speak as loud as you can. It's going to be hard to hear you.
My name is Linda Yoskovich. I've lived at 1313 Lombardi Boulevard. Please look on the map for 30 years. I have dealt with Tom Gregory and Mr. Manini, is it? Manny? Sir?
Just
The owner?
ma'am, just
Oh, okay.
speak to us. Don't worry about
Okay.
addressing them. Just talk to us.
Okay, so I've lived there for 30 years. I would like to start with Who do I hand paperwork to?
Yes.
I filed, Mr. Mala opened up the VIP lounge on August 8th. I heard the music. That night, I was not able to call the police, so I do not have a record, but I became aware of the music that night. I started following it every weekend, and on August 14th, I was on vacation. Was not there. I cannot say anything about that day. On August 21st of 2021, I returned. There was loud music that evening. On August 22nd, 2021, loud music again. I drove around. I noticed it was a nightclub. On August 27th, 2021, it was quiet. August 28th, 2021, it was loud again. August 29th, 2021, loud. August 30th, 2021, loud. September 3rd, 2021, quiet. September 4th, it was loud. September 5th, loud. Labor Day, I had a wedding. I then, every time in all those days that I said it was loud, I did file a police report. I am the one who called the police, I will say that. I filed police reports regarding the loud music that was playing at the club. I noticed that it was a club. There was people outside. No, it is not a strip club. I did not notice that happening. What I did notice was a lot of young people outside hanging out in the parking lot. I called police. I filed complaints. I have those right here. I also filed a complaint on August 24th, 2021 with Robert Duche, the fire marshal, and that's what got this ball rolling.
We'll make that part
On
of the record.
August 23rd, my phone call to the police was at 2:35 a.m. On August 30th, it was at 1:37 a.m. On September 4th, it was at 2 a.m. On September 5th, it was also at 2 a.m. On August 30th, I filed a complaint with the Suffolk County Non-Emergency. On August 31st, I filed a complaint with Police Officer John Wright. I also started a petition in my neighborhood where I have over 200 signatures of residents that live on Lombardi Boulevard, Brooklyn Boulevard, Manatuck Boulevard, Montauk Drive, Richland Boulevard, Shenango, Huron, and so on. Pine Acres Drive, everyone surrounding the area, 200 signatures. They all have their names printed, the signature and addresses and comments. I'd like to.
We will make that part of the record, and just
Thank you.
be aware that the 3 minutes is up. So
Okay, I have photographs just showing where my house is. I wanted to discuss the type of lounge that they want to open. And I feel living so close, my son's bedroom overlooks it. My neighbor, his bedroom overlooks it. Living so close, I do not feel comfortable for myself, my safety, or anything. Even though the police officer who is opening this VIP lounge, he opened it illegally. I do not trust anything he says because clearly, as a police officer, even if he was a New York City police officer, Nassau County, out-of-state police officer, you know it's logical. There's rules to be followed. Rules weren't followed, okay? This lounge is so close to my property, okay? I was stopped on April 5th when I handed out an adjournment letter by, I guess, his security team. I don't know who they are, but it was 3 men. I was very scared.
I'm just going to ask you to make the
I am
points
just
and
handing
wrap up,
in
please.
reports on shootings at lounges in the neighborhood.
We'll make those part of the record.
This is the Instagram for VIP Lounge. It speaks of evil. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make that part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sabatino, did you want to come back up? Go ahead, Ms. Sabatino.
Right. Thank you very much. my property, well, it's my parents' property. They own the home 1314 Lombardi Boulevard for about 60 years. And you are correct with the lack of what the landlord has done in the community. He has done nothing. I don't believe that the new business owner will do the right thing by this community. I've showed you the pictures. I'm literally looking out my parents' bedroom window, how close the lounge would be to the home. I can assure you the decibel of the music this past summer, my father was deaf, the windows were closed, and the air conditioning was on, and the house was shaking by the loudness of the music. This is not a benefit to the community, and it would break my heart to see, after all these years of living there, that this would be allowed. It's just, the parking stripes are not a problem. I'm okay with that. Evergreens are not going to be the solution. You need to stop this. You need to do something for the community. Many of the residents have lived there for many years. This is not a benefit in any way to any of the community. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronaldo Teneo.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Ronaldo Teneo, and I am a resident that is alongside of said property. This is a picture of my front yard.
We'll make
as
that
to
part of the
adjacent.
record. Thank you.
Yes. I'm a member of the Bayshore community since 98. Oh, actually, since 94. I graduated in 98. Bayshore is a beautiful town. I love what Bayshore has been doing lately downtown. And if people would like to open up new businesses, there's plenty of space down on Main Street. There's plenty of space down on Uniondale. A place of what they are trying to open, a nightclub, a hookah lounge, a bar, whatever it is not for a residential area. That is why they are seeking a special permit. I am the son of a New York City judge. I am the godson of a New York State Supreme Court judge. When you don't follow the rules, there are consequences. I understand what he was trying to do. He wanted to open up a business. But when you open up that type of business and for your front windows, you put up black plastic bags that you cannot see through, that, my friends, is illegal. You're doing something illegal. There's no reason for you to have that. I have small children that are consistently at my house, my own kids and my own family members. I'm finding syringes in my backyard due to the violations that you speak of. I'm finding garbage. I'm finding things I can't say on this microphone in my backyard. This club is only going to bring worse. What's to say if someone gets drunk and is in the back of this building and plows through the fence and ends up in either my backyard, Cindy's backyard, Linda's backyard, or someone else's backyard, someone's house? The decibel levels that this gentleman was speaking of don't mean anything. I was in my room across the property. Okay, my bedroom is not adjacent to the fence. My bedroom is on the other side of the property, and my bed was vibrating. Okay, all those dates that Linda was speaking of, those are all dates that I assumed that there was somebody working late, bumping music in a car. That's how loud it was. That's how close it was to my fence. The police weren't doing anything for me. And something like this cannot open up in a residential area where there's children. And again, these stripes and bushes aren't going to do anything. You want to really do something? Either hold the owner of the building accountable or put up a 30-foot cement wall. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Fisher. Marie Fisher.
I'm going to, my name is Nina Fisher. My mother is Marie Fisher. She's 91 years old. She's the oldest living member of this community. She is the, she moved into the house 69 years ago, and my father offered her a down payment on the house for $5 or an engagement ring. She took the house. She raised all 6 children, is an active community member, and is an active neighbor. She calls the police when she sees anything unusual happening. She calls the town of Islip regularly when things are not up to code in the neighborhood, and is in her twilight years. I feel sleep disturbance is a serious issue for senior citizens. When they don't sleep well, they have cognitive impairment the next day, and this has been a problem. I was there. I am her primary caregiver. The walls were vibrating in the bedroom in the back of our house. We're 1318 Brooklyn Boulevard, 2 houses in from the dead end, and it was horrible. I live in New York City. I'm used to noise. This noise was beyond unacceptable. It was beyond unacceptable. The other thing, too, about hiring security, the fact that they have to hire security indicates that there is potential for crime. There is no reason for crime to be occurring in a residential area. We have enough issues as it is. With this property manager, Tom Gregory, as far as I'm concerned, is a crook and should have never opened up this business, because he knew from 25 years ago that we did not want a bar in this neighborhood, and that we had issues when there was a bar 25 years ago, and he willingly rented this space to an unknowing participant in wanting I support opening business. I want to see that strip mall turned around. I want to see businesses thrive. We all support it. The community would love to see the business thrive, but we would also like to not have this bar in our backyard. And I'm speaking on behalf of my mother.
She's
Thank
right
you.
behind you and ready to speak, I think.
I will not repeat everything that she says. Oh,
She's
I
the only
will-
one speaking loud enough not to worry about that
Yes.
microphone.
Is it loud enough? Okay. I was just married when I bought that house. It was $10,000, and my husband to be put down. We weren't married yet, but we bought the house before we were married, and we put $5 for a deposit. Oh, you said that. I'm sorry. I'm repeating myself.
That's it.
It's the noise, because you talk about the brick wall. Well, my bedroom is the second house from the dead end, so I hear everything that goes on there. And if there's a truck, in fact, I had to call up. I had to go around and tell the store owner there that I don't like the idea that these trucks come in at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning and unload their produce. That's not right. That's not right. But anyway, you know all the particulars. Thank you. And I don't want to go more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James, is it Yukovich? James Yukovich?
I'm going to be 92 next month.
God bless you. Happy birthday. God bless.
Thank you for having us, board. My name's Jim Yuskovich. I live at 1313 Lombardi Boulevard. Been there for 30 years. I've endured this shopping center throughout this whole time. Bars, businesses, anything you could throw out at us, and we had to deal with it. We had the gate open there. We had it closed because they caught somebody with a loaded handgun. Right after we and my wife were assaulted in our driveway, they were throwing bottles at us. They turned the bar that was there into a topless club. Violations through the town, and you came and closed it. And you closed the gates up there because of the gun. He's opening this club up here behind us with the assumption that there's nothing going to happen. The music was out of control, as you heard. The windows were shaking, the beds were shaking. We don't need this here. We're an up-and-coming community. We got 12 kids, little kids from 6 years old, infants to Garden Court on our block. Brooklyn has 16 kids on there. I don't even know I'm Manitowoc. The community is thriving. This is not what we need in this community. And a majority of the people go to the shopping center and use the businesses there. Let me tell you something. A bullet travels 1,500 feet a second. My home is 140 feet from there. Cindy's father's is 85. The other, Mr. Perez's, is 117 feet. Before you hear the bang, that bullet is through the house in the head. We won't even know it. Can't say it's going to happen there. Why they have security? Why is it closed up? His other businesses had issues there that the town knows about. It's documented. It's on the news. I need to say no more. We don't need this here. We don't want it. My family and everyone in the community is scared crapless. We don't want it there. This is ridiculous. There's a place for this, like the industrial area. Put it there. No one's going to get hurt. No one will care. No one will know any different. And he can make his money. The business there, like you said, Stripes and the business, there's 26 open violations. There's supposed to be a buffer between the business and the homeowners there. Nothing. Security lights shining through my house. Cameras, none whatsoever. Nothing. He does nothing for the community. Nothing for us, nothing for anybody except that business. We do not want it, and we're going to stand strong, everyone in this community around these stores. And we will fight this. We will fight it and fight it and fight it, and we will complain if it takes us however long.
I
got 12 seconds. I probably could have said more to you guys. I appreciate you giving me the mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are keeping a
submitted
record.
pictures
Somebody
to
is
you
trying to get the words down.
on
I'd
the
ask
back
you to
of those
stop
pictures.
the applause. Thank you. Go
On
ahead.
the back of those pictures that shows you what the pictures are detailed of. Thank you very much. Consider this.
Thank you. Valerie Griffin.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Valerie Griffin, and I live on the other side. So they live behind me. I live at 1348 North Clinton Avenue in Bayshore. Now, I've been a resident.
Yeah. I'm just going to ask her if she gets 3 minutes to please not interrupt the speakers. Thank you.
For 67 years, I've been in my house. And I bought the houses on either side of me, so I knew where my children were after 10 o'clock. Okay? So I've got my grown kids on either side. This is a beautiful area. If you let it continue to be a beautiful area. Since this place has been in business, I've watched from North Clinton Avenue because they opened up the little circle, the cul-de-sac at the end on Sunrise Highway. They opened it up for Dunkin' Donuts years ago. Okay? Since the club opened, and now it's getting better, but since the club opened, the cars, after they leave from partying down there, the cars speeding down the street. I live right behind the Fifth Avenue Post Office. So the cars come tearing down the street. They don't even stop even though it's late at night, they don't stop. The music is blaring, waking you up in the middle of the night. I'm like, what is going on? Till I realized that there was a bar down here. Now, it's all about the quality of your life. We have on North Clinton Avenue, we have the warehouses down at the end of the street, or in the Precision Truck Company, all night, all day long, going up and down with the tractor trailers, with all the noise. We don't have noise here, with all the noise going up. We used to have Poppy's Salvage Place. Now we have the apartments that were there, okay, that are there. Now, all the traffic from those cars there. I watched the school buses coming. We don't have stop signs on any of the other streets, okay? It's nothing to do with this bar. I got to get it out. The dentist's office across the street, we can't even come and park our cars in our own driveways because the dentist's office across the street, either you can't get in from Fifth Avenue coming on Dowsing because their cars are blocking the street there, or you have the 7-Eleven trucks unloading. That's another point of sticking aside. You got the post office trucks. At 4 o'clock in the morning, they pull the chain through the gate, okay? And to open up the gate for the semi-tractor trailers to come through. We've got all this noise, and now we got noise from the club too. The quality of life you have to give us a break here. If you're not going to close off the cul-de-sac so they can't fly down the street after they attend the club, then do something. Stop them from going in this club. I remember when it was Van Winkle's and the Topless bar down there. And now we have to go through this. I'm 67 years old. I shouldn't have to go through this anymore. Enough is enough. It's all about our quality of life here. It's terrible, just terrible. But you can stop it. You can do something about it. Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Cumberbatch.
Hello. Hi. Thanks so much for letting me speak. I wanted to come because I was very surprised to hear that we were going to have some sort of like bar lounge in our community. I've been here in Bayshore since 2008 and came when I didn't have any children. Now I have two beautiful children, a 9-year-old son and a 7-year-old daughter. And my husband and I have decided to stay in this community and invest in our homes so that we can essentially live our lives out here in what we consider to be a really awesome community with just great neighbors and so many different new families coming in with their children. And we've just seen just the evolution of the community just moving in such a positive way. Then I'm like, oh gosh, now we have to deal with the potential, bar, nightclub, night scene in the mix now. And I just really agree with a lot of the comments that I'm hearing, that it's just not the right part or the right addition to our community to have this sort of business right here in a residential area where people are trying to, raise their families and focus on those things that are just much more productive than, sitting around and, getting drunk and doing adult things where there, is potential for smaller, children and adults to either get hurt. And so I really, really hope that there's a big consideration to the fact that families are in this area to build a particular type of lifestyle, to have that lifestyle without being afraid of, number one, being hurt because someone wants to get into some sort of fight or altercation, and then, make decisions that will impact people that don't even want them there. And then on the other, the noise sounds like it's bananas. Where I'm at is not close enough to hear all of that, but I certainly can empathize with families that are hearing this noise and should not have to hear that noise, because there's got to be someplace else where this business can go so that this gentleman can, build out whatever dreams he has for in terms of running a business. So please, please consider the investment that so many people are making in this community, which is a beautiful community. I've grew up in Nassau County, came out to Suffolk County, and I really, really want to continue and be able to show my children that maybe when they get older, they can also still stay here too, because we upheld the prominence and the positivity of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dawn Hunter.
Hi, good evening. I'm a 51-year-old resident of Bayshore. I've been in my house since 71, sorry. And I have even worked at the drugstore that is in this shopping center. So I stayed in Bayshore because of the community and because of how every one of the neighbors are always there to help. My mother had ALS and she would walk down the block and she would fall, and it would always be a neighbor that would help me and bring her back home if they saw it. I am raising my son in this neighborhood, and unfortunately we are on Montauk Drive, which is used as a cut through, and this is one of my issues with it, is the fact that they race down that block no matter how many stop signs were put in, and there's no sidewalks. So my son can't even ride his bicycle down that block. Now you add a bar and intoxication, And you have people ripping in and out of this block, and it's going to get very, very dangerous. It's already dangerous, and this is going to just triple it. Another fact that I want to bring up is everybody wants to speak about noise, which I agree with, but as a person who in my 20s went to clubs, I know that when you get too much in you, you stand outside, you hang out with your friends outside, you smoke cigarettes outside, everybody's outside. So now this club that's going to open at 3 o'clock, you're telling me there's going to be people just standing randomly outside. So I can't even send my son with his friends up there to Dunkin' Donuts to get ice cream or a donut because he has to walk past intoxicated people. So what quality of life am I bringing my son into Bayshore that I loved so much, and I wanted to stay in this community just so he could have a chance to see what I experienced going through Bayshore schools? And that's going to be taken away by a club? I don't think so. That needs to go. There's no reason for a club to be in that area. There's so many other places that are empty that could be made up and everything else. And like everybody else was saying, there's black plastic on the windows. It looks shady as it does. But to have all that extra things, you know, we have the homeless, the 7-Eleven was just robbed, and now you're going to just increase all of these things. And I think to myself as a mother and as a person of the community who's been in here for quite a while, that it's just going to make it go downhill. And it's just, to me, it's not fair that I have to raise my son in a place that I can't even send him to go outside to play and ride a bike and play with his friends. And that's all.
Thank you. George Hunter. Hunter. George Hunter. Thank you. Thank you. Those are all the cards I have. Did anybody come in late who did not fill out a card wish to be heard on this application? Not seeing anyone else. I'm going to turn to Ms. Wozniak to give us a staff. Oh, come on up, sir. Just please state your name for the record and fill out a yellow card afterwards for us. Thank you.
William Batts. I live on Manatuck Boulevard. There's no reason for this bar. Like they say, there's plastic bags. It looks like a real hole in the wall in the middle of the shopping center. It's not needed. All they're going to have is broken glass. People are going to come out of the bar. They're going to say, oh, am I going to go on Sunrise and get a D-Week? Or am I going to go up the straightaway, Manatuck, where I can hit 60, 70, like they do already? They don't stop for the stop signs now. They throw their garbage out now. Not saying it's from the bar, but it will only get worse. I go to the police station. I support the police. They will do absolutely nothing. They tell you, what am I going to do? Give your neighbor a ticket? Yeah, give my neighbor a ticket. They don't want to do nothing. The bar is only going to enhance things. It's not needed. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
If the town wants to do something, put speed bumps on Manatuck. Slow them down.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this application? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to go to Ms. Wozniak for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject property is located on the north side of Sunrise in Bayshore. It's improved with a multi-tenant shopping center originally constructed in the 1950s. The most notable tenants are Dunkin' Donuts and Advanced Auto Parts, with a mix of other office, retail, and restaurant uses. Tonight, the applicant is looking to convert a 2,000 square foot retail space into a nightclub. This particular tenant has received several violations from the fire marshal's office, which includes construction without a permit, operating without a CO, dangerous electric wiring, among other violations. Taking a look at site photos, it also seems the establishment may allow on-site smoking of hookah, which is not permitted in the zoning district. The site in general is just not in good condition and lacks adequate buffering to the residences to the north and west. Nightclub uses are typically associated with late night activity and noise issues which can negatively impact adjacent residential neighbors. Unfortunately, this site is not designed for these intense uses with the lack of buffer building proximity to residential homes, and just overall deficiencies in the site layout. It is important to note that many of the parking stalls shown on the site plan do not meet town requirements, so the parking relaxation is much higher than presented. Planning is also aware of several complaints and objections by neighbors to the proposed use, as the nightclub was operating illegally and generated a lot of noise issues. With these considerable site deficiency, planning recommends the applicant provide a conceptual site plan showing the required buffer, increasing front yard landscaping, restriping the parking stalls that meet the minimum standards of the town in order to determine if the site could accommodate this added use. Planning would also recommend the applicant provide information about possibly erecting a sound attenuating wall to the north, providing sound attenuating material within the tenant space itself to further deter noise, and then restricting patron use of that rear door through something like an alarm system like the applicant had mentioned before.
Thank you. Go to questions from the board. Ms. Ruggieri.
Yes, I have a question for the applicant's representative, and it's more of a clarification because I heard you identify Daniel Mallow as the applicant, but yet in the call of the meeting tonight, Alberto Grulin is the applicant. Is Alberto Grulin any relation in this application? Is he part of this application?
To my knowledge, no.
Then why is it down as the applicant on the?
He is an investor. He's a partner.
He's an investor and a partner. Is he also an investor and a partner in other hookah lounges on Long Island?
To my knowledge,
because no. I'll tell you why I'm bringing this up. The community tonight submitted a stack of information for us to review, and as I'm reviewing some of the police reports, a few of the locations, the summonses were issued to an Alberto's hookah lounge. So I'm wondering if the Alberto in these police reports is the same Alberto that's the applicant tonight.
I do not know. As I just asked my client, he says he is an investor. It could be just a silent partner. He's not an operator. He's not going to be there. He's not going to be setting what would be happening in the facility on a daily basis. That would be my client.
But he's still an applicant and an investor in this particular business?
Yes.
Okay, that clears it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have further questions from the board? Mr. Brown?
First, I'd like to point out about what you described as 90 feet, which I'm not sure it's 90 feet in the back of the building.
And maybe 80, 85. I
No.
used.
But anyway, I find, would you please,
Ladies and gentlemen, I just remember we're keeping a record.
give me my 3 minutes. So I think it's insufficient for the back to put a proper buffer. And this type of establishment needs better than proper for a buffer in the back with the noise and the decibels. Now, you stated that you tested for the decibels and everything like that. When did you, the establishment's not open. So how did you test? Did you have a sound engineer come in that you could submit the report to us?
Yes, I have that, and I could submit
Then
that.
please submit that for the record. Yeah, well, also, I see the lighting on the building. Now, I would think that the town has a code that we have certain lighting that has to be addressed. And it looks like it would light up the backyards of the houses like a runway with the lights that I see on the back of the building now. And this is an application asking for a special use permit. And I, after hearing testimony from the audience in that, I can't support a special use permit for this location. It might be a good application in another location, but in this location up against the residential neighborhood, and we've learned through experience having nightclubs there, it wasn't a good idea. So that's my opinion, and I don't know what my colleague's opinion is.
Thank you. Mr. Moriarty?
Just a question for the applicant. You indicated when you were presenting or making your presentation that there was a liquor license issued
Mhm.
to your client. I'm reading from a ABC, an alcohol beverage control police referral form that indicates that Daniel Mayer was issued a summons for sale without a license. How do you explain that?
According to my client, sir, the establishment was not open at the time of that violation.
Well, the violation, according to New York State Liquor Authority, is it was issued on September 18th of 2021. And it just indicates to me, I understand that he may have been naive in addressing certain issues with respect to the town opening his business, which we're trying to deal with right now. But it seems like he didn't even get the basic liquor license straightened out before this operation commenced business. That's number one. Number two, a number of residents indicated that there are black garbage bags covering the windows. How do you explain that?
Okay, two things. Number one, if he was operating without a liquor license, okay, the liquor authority wouldn't give him one. He currently holds a New York State liquor license. He would not be able to obtain one had he had a violation serving the public without a liquor license. I don't exactly understand what that is. And according to my client, he was not open at the time. And again, when the landlord signed the lease with my client, yes, he did look to operate the business before he had the requisite permits. The fact that there were black bags on the windows, I cannot speak for that aesthetic because I was not retained at the time. What I can say is over the last few months, with exhaustive meetings with myself and planning staff, we feel we have addressed many of the concerns that planning staff raised, that we knew the community would raise. And you know, certainly our first responsibility, okay, is for the safety, the health, the welfare of the public, okay? And I understand, and I've been before many boards in almost 30 years of doing this, where there's a use that the community doesn't support. And I understand you have a job to do to weigh the merits of our application and obvious community opposition, okay? Certainly knowing that this use is a permitted use. This is a permitted use with a special use permit in a B1 zone in the town of Islip. We're not coming before you to ask for something that is not permitted in town code. This is a permitted use with a special use permit as outlined in the town of Islip code. I've listened to the community. Certainly it was wrong of my client to open a business without the necessary approvals. And I'm glad he came to us to put him in the right direction. But it is my sincere belief that even if we had come before you without these violations, we would be listening to the same concerns we are right now, many of which go far beyond whether it's 7-Eleven or the post office or traffic up and down Sunrise Highway. I live on the South Shore as well. I'm on Sunrise Highway. I see what goes on those roads. I've left restaurants before where people have stumbled out. They didn't come out of a VIP lounge. They came out of a local restaurant, barely able to stand. Why? Because they sat at a bar in that restaurant and ate and drank far too much. I've had friends that have been in accidents from DWIs. These people came out of restaurants, not VIP lounges. And security, yes, we want to have security, but in this day and age, security is required in just about every establishment. Hence the two gentlemen to my left and my right. We are in a public forum, and yet there are 2 armed guards keeping the peace. So yes, security, sadly, in this day and age, in almost every instance. I'm traveling abroad tomorrow. I will be at JFK Airport. There's an army there protecting us. This is unfortunately the world we live in. And it is almost a credit to my client that he wants to have the security. Because, you know, I go to restaurants, there's no security there watching to see if somebody gets into an automobile and their blood alcohol level is 3 times the legal limit. Speeding down roads with no concern or regard for others. And I understand. I've had many applications before many boards on Long Island. And there is opposition, but it is our responsibility as design professionals, as a board, and as a community to come together to find resolutions so that we could all work together to live in this community. Okay? Certainly noise, that is obvious. And that's a conversation I'll have to have with my client. He is willing to cooperate with noise levels. We were working with planning staff with regard to their suggestions for a green buffer, which we were happily, we would put up. So, you know, like I said, I think certainly a use like this is not one the community will support. But we cannot ignore the fact that this is a permitted use in that zone.
And I'd like to speak to that. I mean, it's permitted use with a special permit.
With a special permit,
and
yes.
that special permit requires us to consider things.
Yes, absolutely.
Like the nature and character of the community, whether or not the site can afford that type of a use, whether or not what the effect would be on neighboring properties. Those are things we must consider. So it's
Correct.
not an automatic. If it was an automatic, you wouldn't
absolutely.
be before us. You would have that business open. I would suggest this evening that the criteria that I just mentioned that we should consider, all that cannot be met at that current site, the way that site is. It does not fit with the character of the community. That site plan could not afford to have a use like that in its current condition.
Right.
And I would agree with my colleague to my left that this is not an appropriate use based on that site, that location, and the conditions currently in place in that shopping center. I know Mr. Frugari has a question, and I believe then Mr. Mr. Mattamore.
Because in the beginning of your presentation, you were asked a question whether or not this was the first application of its kind by your client in Islip, and I think it is. Are there other hookah lounges in other townships that we could go and look at, watch, visit, and continue to explain exactly the way this thing unfolds in other places? Or is maybe this is his first venture into doing these kinds of things?
This is his first venture doing this. This is not an establishment where there's going to be inside vaping or a hookah lounge or anything like that. This is music and dancing and a bar. Okay. As far as, and I'm sure my client would concur with the security on staff, we would ensure and make sure that nobody loiters in the front or the rear. I have clients in other townships that open up laundromats. Okay. Those uses. Okay. I actually had a project in the town of Brookhaven for a laundromat. During the hearing, there was such public opposition to have a laundromat in a J2 zone that the town of Brookhaven modified town code midway because of the laundromat. So, you know, I hear shootings and syringes and glass bottles. Is there any opposition to that laundromat being open 24 hours a day? That's a 24-hour operation. So, you know, I understand the concerns, but I believe that there are many things that go far beyond just our application, whether it be other uses or traffic or speeding or alcohol or shooting. And again, sadly, the world we live in, a shooting, as we all know, can occur in any use, any establishment. So All we ask, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, is that whatever it takes, that our client is afforded the opportunity to run this establishment. That's all.
Okay, because I was looking for the possibility of our going to see something that perhaps this gentleman had run in another township, or is there something just like it in another township that has the same similarities to residential? And can we go and see that?
Well, certainly, it's something that we would be open to. We would be open to
We're
it
worried
trying.
that they can be compatible.
Yeah.
And I agree, but we're trying to be open-minded and fair as well.
We appreciate
and
that.
That's the reason why I asked
Mhm.
the question.
Thank you. We'd be open to that.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Would the applicant like to add anything further?
No, sir.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we close this public hearing tonight. And I have several concerns about this application. And first, to answer your question, I know the chairman did. There is a reason why this type of use is permitted in a business one zone with a special permit, because not all business one zones are suitable to this type of use. So it's incumbent upon this board to review each application on its merits. So with that, I've listened to the merits of this application, and there's a couple of things that concern me. Number one, this board has a long-standing practice, not even to hear applications where there are existing violations on this site. In this particular case, there are numerous existing violations on the overall site, as well as on the proposed use. The hours of operation and the loud music are something of concern, considering the close proximity to a residential neighborhood. And based on your own testimony, the hours of operation are going to be from 3 in the afternoon to 4 in the morning. And your client is going to be considerate of the other retail tenants and keep the noise low during the day, but then in the evening, elevate the noise level. That was concerning to me. And that's a conflict with the neighboring community. Let me finish my motion. And there was also, I'm listening to your testimony, reading the material that was handed to us, looking at the backup material we were submitted with this application. And in my mind, there's no clarity in the type of use this is. And for that reason, I think that this application is not conducive to the nature and character of the surrounding community. And for those reasons, I'm going to make a motion to deny this application.
There's a motion by Mr. Frugieri. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to please not applaud? Thank you. There is a motion by Mr. Frugieri to close the public hearing and deny the application based on the reasons he stated. Is there a second to that motion? Ms. Cruz, second by Ms. Cruz. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is denied. I'm going to ask for a 2-minute break so everybody who's on this application can head out so we can start the next one so they can have their time. Thank you. I'm going to beat up the code enforcement and the town attorney.
Wendy, we should keep a file of this stuff.
That was a good one. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask if you're leaving on this application to take your conversations to the hallway so we can get going on the next application. We have quite a few people who want to be heard on it.
You can take that if you want, but this is for this application. We might need a file on
Mr. Guardino, if you have stuff you want to set up, if you want to come down at least set up before we call you, please feel free to do so. We're to go back on the record. Town Board application public hearing, Sunrise Development, Inc., CZ 2021-028, south side of Saxon Avenue between Joyce's Way and Angela Lane, Bay Shore 26, South Saxon Avenue. Applicant requests to change the zone from Residence AAA District to Residence C District in order to construct an assisted living facility. Site plan modifications may be required as part of this application. Good evening to the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, may I approach?
We'll take those and make them part of the record.
Would you like me to? Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Anthony Guardino. I'm a partner with the law firm Farrell Fritz. And I represent Sunrise Senior Living, which is seeking to construct an assisted living facility in Bay Shore on property that is currently owned by the Montfort Spiritual Center. Is this on?
Yeah, you got to speak closer to the microphone.
Okay. Is that better?
Just speak right into it.
Okay. Thank you. It's owned by the Montfort Spiritual Center. To assist me tonight in the presentation, I am joined by Rob Aiello, who is a civil engineer with JMC Site Development, Carrie O'Farrell, a planner with Nelson Pope and Voorhees, Andy English, an architect from EGA, Andrew Valari, a professional traffic engineer with Stonefield Engineering, and Howard Morris, a real estate appraiser with Rogers and Taylor. Philip Kroskin, a senior vice president of development at Sunrise Senior Living, and several other consultants are available to answer questions that the board may have or that the public may have. With respect to the subject property, I know the board is familiar, so I'll be brief. The property is slightly less than 14 acres in size. It is located on the west side of South Saxon Avenue, less than 450 feet south of the Business 3 Commercial District located along Montauk Highway. The property is currently occupied by the Montfort Spiritual Center and improved with several structures, including a 3+ story institutional building that once served as a seminary and now functions as a retreat house and a conference center. The Montfort missionaries decided to sell the property because they are no longer capable of maintaining the building, and the sale to Sunrise was guided by their mission to care for the frail and elderly. Let there be no mistake, this property is for sale. There is a letter in the booklet at Exhibit 6 from Father Tom, who made it very clear that this property is for sale. So this is not a Sunrise or it stays as the spiritual center. Eventually, this property is going to be sold and redeveloped. The northern portion of the peninsula is characterized by a mix of high and medium density residential uses. There are some commercial uses and even some industrial uses that are located a short 1/10 of a mile to the east on Degnan. To the north, you have the 43-unit Windcrest Senior Housing Community is located on property that was once part of the Montfort, the same Montfort property as the Sunrise piece. To the west, really the northwest, you have the Windermere Pond multifamily development. Contains about 150 multifamily units. They are townhouses. And then across the creek, you have two single-family homes, and they're located on the west side of Awixa Creek. A few hundred feet to the north, you have the Maples apartment complex. To the east of that, you have the Anchorage Senior Apartment Complex. And then less than 450 feet directly north, you have the Northwell Health Imbert Cancer Center on Montauk Highway. To the immediate south, you have the Awixa Creek Sewer Pump Station, and that is the largest pump station in County Sewer District number 3. And then to the east, across Saxon Avenue, are single-family homes that front on South Saxon. The new application that is currently pending before the board, and this is a new application, is vastly different from the original application in terms of what is being proposed, in terms of the requested zoning classification, and also in terms of the amount of property to be preserved in perpetuity as open space. First, Sunrise's application is no longer seeking a wholesale change of zone from Residence AAA to General Service C, but instead is seeking only a partial change of zone to Residence C, which now allows assisted living uses as of right in that district. The applicant is also seeking subdivision approval in order to redevelop the 7.5-acre parcel with the assisted living development. It will be 90 units in size, and then the balance, the 6.33 acre parcel, which would be lot 2, would be preserved in perpetuity. This is the same Residence C district that the town board approved in 1990 for the directly adjacent Windcrest community, following a favorable recommendation by this board. The balance of the property, the 6.33 acres, would remain in the Residence AAA district and preserved as undeveloped open space in perpetuity pursuant to a restrictive covenant or a conservation easement running in favor of the town or a local land preservation group to ensure that the area is never developed. The current application also proposes a significantly smaller development. I will just highlight a few of the changes. So originally we were seeking 100% change of zone, 100% of the property. Now we are seeking to only rezone 54% of the property to Residence C district. The lot area of the original development, the developable lot, was the full 13.83 acres. Now we are only seeking to develop 7.5 acres. That's a 46% reduction. The type of units, originally this proposal was for independent living units and assisted living units. Now the proposal is solely for assisted living units. There were originally 180 units proposed. The new proposal is for 90 units, and 90, as I said, only assisted living. Gross floor area, originally proposed at 187,000 square feet, proposing now 90,000 square feet. That's a 52% reduction in the size. Same thing with coverage. Lot coverage is a reduction of 55%. Building height, which was very important to the board and to the community. Originally, part of the building was proposed at 3 stories and 48 to 50 feet in height. The new proposal is for 2 stories throughout the entire building, no taller than 35 feet, roughly 33% reduction in height. Setbacks are increasing. The number of parking spaces is decreasing from 160 to 65. So that's a 60% reduction in the amount of on-site parking. One of the items that was brought up by the community, the Windcrest, they were concerned about the parking lot being located on the north side of the building, which would be closer to the Windcrest community. That parking lot was originally only to be about 26 feet away from the Windcrest property. My client has relocated the parking lot to the south side of the building, so there is no parking lot at all on the north side of the building. It's on the south side, and it is now 296 feet away from the windows. The number of curb cuts reduced from 2 to 1. There was originally some building in the floodplain. That's been removed. And of course, the preserved open space. There was none originally proposed. Now the applicant is proposing almost 6.5 acres of preserved open space. The current application was presented recently to the community in a virtual community meeting. It was held on May 2nd. So earlier this week, that was the 5th time that Sunrise has met with the community. In July of 2021, this board probably knows there was a zoning amendment that was adopted by the town board, the ISO town board. And that zoning amendment allowed assisted living facilities as another as of right senior citizen housing use in the residency districts. According to the town board resolution, when they adopted the amendment, it states it was intended, the amendments were intended to modernize portions of the zoning code that are insufficient in addressing current trends. The legislative intent of residency district says these provisions are enacted to provide for proper housing for the town's senior citizens. The town board recognizes an existing and growing need for provision of housing, especially designed for senior citizens. That's exactly what Sunrise is trying to do here. The Sunrise community is going to provide a housing option for members of the town's aging population who need daily assistance with basic activities to live, such as toileting, bathing, dressing, taking medication. Sunrise estimates that the average age of the residents of this facility will be 88 years old. It will also provide the handicapped and disabled elderly with housing and essential services that are required by the Fair Housing Amendments Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. In fact, the town's failure to grant Sunrise's requested change of zone would, in essence, in our opinion, be a form of discrimination and a refusal to make a reasonable accommodation under these federal laws that protect the handicapped and the disabled elderly population. Moreover, because the town's zoning restrictions prevent construction of assisted living facilities in most areas of the town, right, in most districts, we believe that they have a disparate impact on the handicapped and disabled elderly population, again, in violation of the federal Fair Housing Amendments Act. These claims are supported by reports that I submitted last week. I'm not going to go into them. They were uploaded to the portal. I'm sure that the board has those. In the past, persons that were opposed to this assisted living or Sunrise assisted living facility on this property argued that Sunrise was in fact seeking to introduce commercial zoning into the neighborhood. There were signs up and down the roads. There's still signs that say no commercial zoning. There were Facebook posts, etc. That's not the case any longer. The zoning that's being asked for is Residence C. A General Service C, in my opinion, was never a commercial zone, but this eliminates all doubt. This is a residential zoning district that only permits 3 forms of housing for senior citizens. It allows single-family homes for senior citizens. It allows senior citizen apartments, and it allows assisted living facilities. Those are the 3 uses that are allowed in that district. All of them are residential. Other opponents argued that assisted living use doesn't belong in a residential area. However, the closest assisted living facility to this one is also located in Bayshore, and that is the Atria, which is located in a residential neighborhood just a few blocks to the west at 53 Ocean Avenue. While some will try to distinguish the Atria from Sunrise, the facts are that the 2 buildings are about the same size and height, with a similar number of units and similar operational processes with respect to number of employees, shift changes, truck deliveries, and traffic impacts. And both are entirely surrounded by single-family homes. The difference is, and there is a difference, the difference is the Atria is located on about 5 acres, and the Sunrise facility is going to be located on actually 14 acres. 6.5 that will be preserved, and 7.5 that will be developed. The Atria has quietly operated at the location that it's in for about 20 years without incident. And it demonstrates that assisted living communities are entirely consistent with single-family residential districts. Indeed, the town board and presumably the planning board before that law was adopted found that these two types of residential uses are in fact compatible because both are now permitted to exist side by side in the residency district. This is going to be corroborated by planner Carrie O'Farrell, who will testify that assisted living facilities are in fact compatible with and make excellent neighbors in single-family residential communities. Howard Morris will also testify that assisted living facilities are compatible with single-family uses from a real estate valuation perspective because they have absolutely no impact whatsoever on single-family property values. The proposed facility will be comprised, as I mentioned, of 90 units of all assisted living. They all will be assisted living units. There will be parking for 65 cars. Half of the units will be occupied by seniors who are memory impaired. Rob Aiello, our civil engineer, is going to explain shortly that the site plan for this development was designed to comply with all of the requirements of the residency district, as well as the town's land development regulations. So no variances or site plan modifications are required for this proposal. He's also going to describe the extensive landscaping and the wetland restoration and the preservation in perpetuity of over 6 acres of land to the south of the building and along the waterfront of Awixa Creek that will be subject to the covenant or the conservation easement that I referred to earlier to make sure that that property is never developed. You're going to hear from Andy English that the proposed development has been attractively designed to accentuate its residential nature in order to be compatible with the area. Andrew Valari will testify that the 65 parking spaces provided will be more than sufficient for the proposed use because the ratio of 0.72 spaces per unit exceeds both Sunrise's operational requirements and industry standards for similar uses. The planning board may recall several years ago, I brought an application for the Brightview Senior Living Community in Sayville. That was for 157 units of independent living and assisted living. And the parking ratio that was approved by this board was 0.78 spaces per unit, so about the same. The difference is half the units in the Brightview are actually independent living apartments that are occupied by more active seniors who actually drive. That's not what's going to happen at Sunrise. At Sunrise, these people average age is 88 years old. They are no longer driving. There will be no resident drivers at this facility. Mr. Valeri's firm, Stonefield Engineering, prepared a traffic impact study and concluded that the proposed development would have a negligible impact on the traffic operations of the adjacent road network. That report, as the town always does, is submitted to the town's independent traffic consultant, L.K. McLean. They reviewed the Stonefield report, and they concluded in writing in a memo to this board that's attached as Exhibit 14, that the traffic generated by the proposed project will have little to imperceptible impact on traffic operations on the roadway system. I wasn't sure which objective really drove the point home the best, whether negligible was better or imperceptible. So I Googled it. Negligible means noticeable, but it doesn't matter. Imperceptible means you don't even notice it. The town's traffic engineer said the traffic impact will be imperceptible. Either way, the two experts' reports clearly demonstrate that any claim that the Sunrise project will have an adverse traffic impact, I should say, on the roadways in the community, that they are without factual basis. At Monday night's community meeting, Sunrise was asked about the type, the number, and the frequency of trucks to the site. The answers are there will be approximately 9 trucks per week that will make deliveries to the site or that will visit the site. 3 of those trucks during the week will be food delivery, like a Cisco truck. They will be box trucks, 30-foot box trucks. There will be 3 delivery trucks for other supplies, also using box trucks. And then there will be about 3 trucks that will come to the site for refuse removal. This doesn't include FedEx and the Postal Service and UPS, the normal deliveries that residents get in the community. All the deliveries and refuse removal typically take place during the week from between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Sunrise is able to control those times if it's necessary. So they do have control over deliveries and garbage pickup. Since there seemed to be some great interest in the type and size of the delivery and garbage trucks that will serve the Sunrise facility, I prepared a very simple exhibit, which is in exhibit 15 of your booklet. It's the same thing here. And as you can see, there's a 30-foot box truck that would typically make a delivery to Sunrise, and a 30-foot box truck that would typically make a delivery to a home, to a single-family residence, let's say by Peapod, PC Richards. It's a typical truck that comes into the neighborhood. With respect to garbage, people were, what kind of garbage truck? Well, it's a garbage truck. The Winter Brothers Sunrise type garbage truck at the top. On the bottom is a Town of Islip garbage truck. One just looks a little newer than the other. Same truck, same size. The other vehicle will be a senior citizen shuttle that Sunrise will maintain to move people around in case there's some event somewhere that they want to take some of their residents to. The top one shows a typical Sunrise shuttle van. The bottom shows a typical town shuttle van. This one shows a Smithtown. I could not find a photograph of an Islip one, but I'm told the Islip van is very similar. I just could not find a photograph, so I apologize. If you are able to distill the merits of this application from the outside political influences and the emotion and the frenzy from those who are opposed to change, you will recognize the benefits associated with this application. Carrie O'Farrell is going to explain in a few minutes why this application is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan and its policies, which is a prerequisite, as you know, for a change of zone. But please consider the obvious benefits from the project. One, it serves a growing need for housing for the elderly, as recognized by the town's own code. It represents good planning. It's introducing a quiet, attractive, and low traffic generating residential use into an area that is characterized by a variety of high and medium density residences. It will also preserve a significant amount of open space in perpetuity for the benefit of the nearby residents and for the town in general. It places a currently tax exempt property back on the tax rolls without any corresponding burden on schools, generates no school children, and very little impact on other municipal services because some of the municipal services like garbage pickup are actually going to be paid for privately. In the course of the many one-on-one meetings that Sunrise had with community members over the past 2 or 3 years, it was able to enlist the support of local residents. Some who were originally supportive or supportive of the original application for 180 units. Others became supportive of the project after Sunrise committed to cutting the building in half, essentially, and preserving about 50% of the land as open space in perpetuity. Sunrise also learned through that process firsthand that several community members who originally pledged their support for the project had been threatened and would no longer sign a petition in support, and in fact, some of them signed a petition in opposition. But but there were a number of residents who were brave enough to testify in favor of the project at the December 2019 hearing, offer letters and offer emails to this board in support, and also to sign a petition stating their support for the reduced project. In Exhibit 16, I have the petition that was signed by neighbors, and that petition, as you can read at the top, it was based on the reduction of the facility to 90 units and the preservation of a significant amount of open space. I would also like to, I'd like to introduce into the record the transcript from the December. Asked that it be placed in the record for this application. At this point, I don't have anything more. I would like to call first Carrie O'Farrell from Nelson Pope and Voorhees, and she is going to discuss compliance with the comprehensive plan, planning consistency of this application, and she will talk about the tax benefits associated with this application. Carrie? Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. Carrie O'Farrell. I'm a partner with the firm of Nelson, Pope and Voorhees with offices at 70 Maxis Road in Melville, New York. And I'm also a certified planner. Our firm, Nelson, Pope and Voorhees, prepared the change of zone planning analysis report dated April of this year that is before you. And that report fairly extensively demonstrates that the proposed project would provide for needed form of residential development in a suitable location with respect to land use, zoning, and community character, in a setting that is comparable to existing residency zoning parcels or zone parcels and sites containing existing assisted living residences in other areas of the town. The applicant is requesting a change of zone to allow seniors in the Bayshore area to be provided with an opportunity to remain in their community, while simultaneously offering access to necessary supportive services 24 hours a day and assistance with basic life tasks. The proposed action will provide a specialized residential use that will contribute to the diversity of housing types available in the Bayshore community and the town overall, as well as provide an underserved population with a place to live independently. The proposed action is consistent with the existing mix of land uses in the surrounding area. We include a 1/4 mile radius map of the project in the package that you have, and will continue to serve as a transitional residential use as it currently occurs in with the existing religious and institutional use on the site today. We looked at the town comprehensive plan to evaluate the consistency of the proposed change of zone with the recommendations of that comprehensive plan. Volume 7A is specific to the hamlet of Bayshore. It focuses on general objectives for the community. Similar to the overall comprehensive plan goals, Volume 7A, specifically for Bayshore, provides certain objectives that are specific to the Bayshore community. The objectives that are most relevant to the proposed project include provide housing for as many age groups and income levels within the community as possible. Provide a diverse and complementary land use mixture that will allow people to live, work, and shop within the same community. The plan lists several issues in the hamlet of Bayshore with a specific focus on issues in the downtown, referred to as the core area in the plan. Although the property is not located within the core area, there are several recommendations that are relevant for all of Bayshore today that pertain to the proposed project as well. First, housing. Offer a variety of housing types. Orient new housing to take advantage of water views. Develop new housing densities that allow for high levels of amenities. Second category was open space. Developers of housing should be required to provide private recreational open space for their residents. Passive types of recreational facilities should be incorporated into residential areas. Natural vistas should be preserved and provided to occupants of the proposed newer, higher density housing. And residential uses should be buffered from roadways by plantings. The proposed action will be consistent with these recommendations as the project will establish a needed housing type that will provide numerous amenities and activities for seniors. Additionally, open space on the western and southern portions of the property has been incorporated into the overall design, which will include various outdoor seating and viewing areas and provide passive recreational opportunities for future residents, consistent with the open space recommendations of the plan. As identified in section 2.1 of our planning study, the area within the immediate surrounding area of the property, which is approximately a 600-foot area, there are several multifamily residential housing developments, including senior citizen complexes, including the Windcrest condominiums and Anchorage senior apartments. Additionally, there are several senior complexes within a half-mile radius of the property, all which are provided in Table 10 of our report. The proposed use is similar in nature to these multifamily residential uses in the vicinity. However, given the disabilities and limited mobility of assisted living residential uses, assisted living residents, supportive services and associated staffing must be provided on location to accommodate the needs of the residences. The proposed action would would provide a reasonable accommodation for those that are aging or disabled within the Bayshore Hamlet area. The assisted living residences offer seniors the ability to keep their own living spaces without the burdens of maintaining a private residence, while simultaneously offering specialty services to handicapped individuals, including 24-hour security and medical staff, and providing needed support to help residents with major life activities such as meals, bathing, and use of bathrooms. This is important not only to the health and safety of resident seniors, but also for their family members who want to make sure that their loved ones are taken care of. Our planning report includes an analysis of Sunrise's other facilities in Long Island, which includes 9 facilities throughout Nassau and Suffolk County. We did an analysis of the residents at those current facilities and the distance to where their secondary homes or associated addresses were located. That analysis, which is included in our planning report, identified that 50% of residents had their secondary home address or affiliated home address within 5 miles of the facility. Additionally, an additional 21% of those residents were within 5 to 10 miles. So what that means is that either the resident themselves came from within that distance, or the person, such as their son or daughter, a loved one that is associated with their care, is located within that distance. And why that's important to understand is just from a very practical standpoint. If you're in the position where you need someone to take care of your elderly or disabled mother or father, you want to be able to be in a close enough distance where it's reasonable for you to get there and visit without it taking an hour and a half of travel time or an hour of travel time back and forth. So, from my own personal experience, I remember my mom dealing with this with my grandfather. I see one of my affiliates in my office, trying to race out of work in order to make it to visit her mom before the visiting hours are over. So if you're a working individual that needs care for your elderly or aging parent, you need this type of use to assist you, and you'd like it to be in closer proximity to your home so that you have the ability to visit. The proposed assisted living residence will not increase the intensity of land use as compared to other allowable uses in the residence AAA district, which include places of worship, public schools, libraries, municipal buildings, as well as colleges and universities, museums, and community buildings by special permit, all of which are at least, if not more, intense than the current proposed project. The proposed assisted living residence is a lower intensity land use as compared to the existing multifamily residential development adjoining to the north and the northwest, given that only 54% of the subject property, 7.5 acres, will be developed, and the remainder will be preserved as open space. Additionally, the proposed assisted living use generates lower traffic levels than independent living multiple family development with a similar unit count. It will not contain or not generate school-age children, and all residential units will be located within a single 2-story building designed in a manner that will respect the existing building height and mass of nearby residential uses, as well as the architectural character and overall appearance of the surrounding area. Unlike the existing use of the subject property, the proposed action will generate significant increased tax revenues for the various town and county taxing jurisdictions, also creating temporary construction jobs, full and part-time job opportunities for local residents. The proposed action will not place additional demands on the school district and would generate significant additional property taxes compared to the existing condition, which is 0, and to that of an as-of-right redevelopment of the property. The planning report includes an analysis, a comparable analysis of taxes and impacts associated with an as-of-right redevelopment and compared to the proposed project. As outlined in section 2.3 of our planning report, the town has granted change of zones from residential districts to general services C for the Atria at Bayshore, the Harbors at Bohemia, and the Bristol at Sayville. These assisted living facilities are all surrounded by various residential zoning districts, very similar to the proposed project. This supports the conclusion that the proposed use is compatible and appropriate for the surrounding land uses based on the residential setting for the subject site. In conclusion, although the requested change of zone is a legislative action within the discretion of the town board, the analysis presented justify the proposed action on the basis of the pertinent review parameters and relevant planning considerations. As noted, there are many examples provided in our planning report of similar assisted living facilities in residential settings. Therefore, it is not uncommon for assisted living uses to be located in such residential, single-family residential communities. It is also noted that existing single-family residential uses in the Resident C district are situated in similar zoning and land use settings as the subject property and would be developed with assisted living residences under the proposed action adjacent to single-family residential neighborhoods. The requested change of zone will provide a reasonable accommodation for seniors that require additional assistance due to their either handicapped or similar age and similar disabilities. We respectfully ask this board to consider this specific type of resident in the Hamlet of Bayshore and the need for this type of facility within proximity to this area. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Rob Aiello, who is a civil engineer with JMC, and he'll provide an overview of the site plan, the extensive landscaping, and discuss the amount of open space that's being preserved in more detail.
Thank you, Anthony. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Rob Aiello. I'm a professional engineer with the firm of JMC Planning, Engineering, Landscape Architecture, and Land Surveying. Is that better? Okay. Closer. Okay, so the drawing we have here shows the overall 13.8 acre parcel, and with the Windcrest townhomes to the north, our single family residences and our neighbors to the east and to the west, and also to the south, as well as that's better. Okay, so let me start over. The 13.8 acre parcel is located on South Sexton Avenue, with the Windcrest townhomes to the north, single family residences to the east and to the south, as well as the existing pump station to our south, and existing townhomes and single family homes to the west on the opposite side.
If you're referencing a
Owixer Creek.
specific exhibit, can you tell us which one you're referencing as you speak about it?
This is, yeah, it's the current plan.
It's the first section on Exhibit 11.
It's yes, it's well, exhibit 10 actually is the comparison plan, and right behind it is the plan that's on the screen right now. So exhibit 10.
Okay.
Right.
Second page of exhibit 10.
It says current plan on the bottom. Okay, so the assisted living residence that's proposed is a 2-story, 90-unit, 90,000 square foot building. Its access is to Green Avenue, which is to the northeast portion of the property. And it's also important to note that an existing site driveway near Maller Avenue is currently is proposed to be removed as part of this application, and one curb cut would remain. There are 65 parking spaces that are proposed, which meets or actually exceeds the typical operational requirement of Sunrise, but our traffic engineer will provide some additional information on our parking calculations later in the presentation. So the 2-story building, as Mr. Gordino mentioned before, is 35 feet throughout. It's a 2-story, 35-foot building. 2 lots are proposed. The Sunrise development lot is 7.5 acres in size, and it's the square lot in the northeast corner of the project, of the property. And that is the portion of the property that's proposed to be rezoned to Residence C. Then the 6.3 acre open space parcel, which is the L-shaped parcel to the bottom left and to the south or southwest of the Sunrise parcel, is 6.3 acres in size, and it will remain in the RAAA zone. And that is the open space parcel that I'll speak to in more detail later in our presentation. With regard to the Sunrise development parcel, this parcel, when we sited the building, provided the parking, it exceeds all the bulk requirements required for the assisted living use in the Residence C zone as proposed. No variances or site plan waivers are required for the project. With regard to FAR, 0.4 is the maximum permitted, and we are at 0.28 on the 7.5 acre parcel. So we're well below the required FAR with the proposed assisted living building. As I mentioned before, the building height also meets the maximum height of 35 feet allowed in the Residence C zone, and 2 stories are proposed within that 35 feet. With regard to yards, the front yards, the side yard, and the rear yard, 75 foot is required for the front yard along South Saxon Avenue, while 105 is proposed. For the side yards, 25-foot minimum on either side, and a combination of 50 is required. And this plan provides a minimum of 59 to the north and a combined side yard, when the 2 are added, of 226 feet where 50 is required. So we well exceed that. In addition, the rear yard setback where 35 feet is required, 225 feet is proposed. And it's important to note that is not from the Ewixer Creek. It's actually from the property line that defines the 7.5 acre Sunrise parcel. So there's still an additional 100 feet or 200 feet beyond that to Ewixer on the open space parcel in the back. So we've worked on many different Sunrise communities, and the design always begins at remembering that this is a home for mom and dad, both inside and out. The inside of the communities, as our architect will describe, are designed such that it is a home for mom and dad, and the outside is also designed in a similar way with residential scale parking, residential scale lighting. Not yet, please, if we could just go back to the prior plan, thank you. Residential scale lighting, residential scale parking, and extensive landscaping throughout the property. We have to remember when we design these communities that this is someone's home. Our residents will live there all day and every day. And in addition to the design, when you visit a Sunrise community, you'll see that they're maintained in such a way, recognizing that Sunrise needs to maintain that high standard that exists when they build the project to make sure that people want to return and new residents want to come to the community as the Sunrise continues its services at the property. With regard to the design, in order to keep it looking residential in nature when you're coming in from South Saxon Avenue. The parking is minimized in front of the building. We really only have our ADA parking spaces in the front and our drop-off area and our porte-cochere, which is that circular area where our residents can be dropped off, and then their family can then go and park and go into the building. The 65 parking spaces then wrap around the perimeter on the middle of the overall property and on the south side of the development parcel. So the entire entry driveway and the parking area will be lined with trees to provide for a wooded look as over time as this facility grows in, and also to provide some scale and breaking up of the parking area with landscape islands everywhere where you see a tree proposed within the parking area. So in addition to the landscaping and trees that go around the access drive and the parking area, around the entire perimeter of the building, we'll have foundation plantings with a palette consisting of shrubs and annuals and perennials and trees, both deciduous and evergreen, to provide a residential feel around the entire building. Regarding the site frontage on South Saxon Avenue, the existing stone piers that are there today will remain. Where they don't exist along the frontage, they will be constructed to match the existing, and then the wood fence between them will be coordinated with the architecture of the building. There will be a sidewalk constructed along the site's entire frontage on South Saxon Avenue, and that was based on comments and discussions we had with the planning department. So we've added that sidewalk to the entire frontage. And that sidewalk will connect to the existing sidewalk just north of the property, near our neighbors to the north. As you can also see beyond the sidewalks along the perimeter in the parking area, there's a network of sidewalks around the building, and that's intended for passive recreation use of our residents. And then there are also in the annex on the rear of the building and on the south side of the building, on the south side, just inside the parking area, and then behind the building, there are garden areas proposed in those locations for additional passive recreation for our residents. So there's be some walking trails, some shade structures. There's other different types of activities, which include gardening and things of that nature, which are incorporated into every Sunrise project. And this site with its space just affords us a lot more room to really do something special in those locations. And now if we can go to the next slide, we can talk about the remaining 6.3 acres, the L-shaped parcel, which will be deeded open space in perpetuity, as mentioned by Mr. Bordino, and will also be revegetated and replanted and used for additional passive recreational space for Sunrise. So this includes, as you go to the rear of the property and it extends and connects to our sidewalks behind the building, we have some concrete sidewalks and stone sidewalks, which bring you to a loop, and then head to some shade structures along the Awixa, as well as a gazebo. And sure, sorry, this is Exhibit 12 that we just switched to.
And Mr. Guardino, I just point out that you're about 20 minutes over your 30.
Oh, okay, I'll speed up. I'm almost done.
I thought you weren't here at the beginning when I stated that, but yes.
Okay, so there are path systems which connect to shade structuring and gazebos along the Awixa Creek. In addition, there are meadow areas identified in the just outside the property line, which will be areas of wildflower mixes with paths cut through them, and additional shade trees will be provided within them. And then at the lower left-hand or southwest corner, where that little whitish bulb is, that's an existing area of invasive species called Phragmites, which will be mitigated for wetland buffer enhancement. And lastly, there are 3 areas shown for stormwater management just inside the Sunrise parcel. Now, I just want to note that these stormwater management areas are going to be shallow and planted. So once they're planted with a stormwater mix, you really won't see them because they'll be shallow and sprawling. and they'll be filled with wildflowers also. And those are going to be completely on the development parcel and not within the open space parcel. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Andy English, our project architect.
What we're going to do, Mr. Chairman, I was not aware that there was a limit. Is that something
Usually
new?
30 minutes is our
that
limit
new?
every meeting we've had. So
Okay. So we'll skip a few. I just actually one other person I would like to call is Andrew Valari to address the traffic. So he'll be our last witness if that's okay. Andrew.
Good evening. It's good to be back in front of the planning board. For the benefit of the record, my name is Andrew Valeri. It's spelled V as in Victor, Illari. I'm a traffic engineer with the firm Stonefield Engineering and Design. I'm a licensed professional engineer, and I've been accepted as an expert witness in the field of traffic and transportation engineering in front of this board numerous times. My firm has prepared a traffic impact study for the benefit of the record that's dated December 23rd, 2021. As Mr. Guardino mentioned, we did submit that to the town's outside consultant, L.K. McLean Associates. There's two major changes in that traffic study because we did prepare a traffic study all the way back for the 2019 version of this application. The two changes are that the project has been cut in half, and also we did updated traffic counts because, a couple of years later at this point, we wanted to see if there's anything different in the area, make sure we had everything up to date. So those are the two major changes here. It's important to think about what type of traffic this facility would generate. The average age is 88 years old. The residents are specifically living here because they're of a certain age and health condition that prevents them from doing things on their own. They will not be driving. That's a tremendous aspect to think about for how much traffic this site would generate. I mentioned the site's been cut in half. You've heard that a couple of times now. What we lost was the independent living half, the half that somebody of a certain age, maybe 10, 20 years younger, could be of able body to drive a personal motor vehicle. That's gone now. All we have is the assisted living. All we have is an average age of 88 years old for our residents here. We used industry standards for how to project how much traffic the site would generate. The conclusion is that that number is very, very low. And that's how we get to the conclusion that there would not be a significant adverse impact on traffic operations. You heard Mr. Guardino's quote about the L.K. McLean letter concurring with this agreement. But just for the benefit of the record, we're talking about somewhere during peak times, during the weekday morning and the weekday evening, 20 trips would be generated over an hour in the morning, and 27 would be generated over an hour in the evening. Now, the industry sets forth a measuring stick to determine what is a significant traffic generating project. That number is 100 vehicle trips in an hour. Now, you compare that to with what is currently proposed, and we're not even close to coming to an impact here. So just to go back to the L.K. McLean letter, I won't read any more quotes, but I think that the word that should resonate with the board is imperceptible. I think that's a very important word to consider with the considering the traffic impacts of the project. L.K. McLean has written it's a couple pages long. They agreed with the way we did our traffic counts. They agreed with the way we did our trip generation. They even went as far to agree with the way we compared how much traffic this project would generate to what you could do as of right, which is single family housing. They agree, L.K. McLean agrees that the project would generate slightly more traffic than single family housing. And also in our study, we looked at how much traffic a multifamily housing development could generate. As a frame of reference, assisted living generates far less traffic than typical multifamily housing. And why is that? That's because the average age is 88 years old and the residents are not driving. So L.K. McLean went through everything, a thorough review of our report, and concluded that they agreed with all of our findings. And you heard the direct quote from the February 2nd, 2022 letter that they generated. One additional item that's important to note from the L.K. McLean letter is that they did make a recommendation that we install curb and sidewalk along our site frontage. And as you just heard from Mr. Aiello, that is proposed. So there is a significant public improvement that will be done as part of this project. Not only can the residents or guests enjoy that new sidewalk, That does not currently exist right now. All of the traveling public, all of the residents that live in the peninsula can now walk up the west side of Saxon on a sidewalk. They don't have that right now, so that's a benefit. Regarding parking, the town code does state that for any use not specifically defined in the zoning ordinance, the planning board has the jurisdiction to determine what a sufficient parking supply is. So very briefly, last thing I'll talk about is parking, and I just wanted to give the board some facts relating to parking to consider since this is your jurisdiction. The industry standard Institute of Transportation Engineers, there is a parking generation manual. They look at various land uses and come up with some statistics about what type of project, scale of project, how much parking do they need. So we looked at the latest manual, that's the 5th edition in the parking generation manual. The ITE indicates that assisted living facilities need about 0.4 stalls per unit. 0.4. We've also had the opportunity to work with a number of retailers in the assisted living sector. A number that we keep hearing from people like Sunrise, other proprietors, is that you need about 1 parking space for every 2 units. So that relates to a 0.5 stall per unit ratio. You heard ITE 0.4. Industry looks at 0.5. 2 more examples that are important to consider. There are Sunrise facilities that are operating on Long Island, one in the town of Islip and Holbrook. There's another facility just down the street in West Babylon. The West Babylon facility has 79 assisted living units, and there's 35 parking spaces. That's a parking ratio of 0.44 units, stalls per unit, excuse me. Similar for Holbrook. I won't go into any more numbers. What's important to keep in mind here is that we have 90 units and 65 parking stalls. We're at 0.72 stalls per unit. We're almost double what other Sunrise developments have, almost double what the ITE generates, and we're still in excess of what the industry looks for that type of use. So I think what the conclusion is of the parking discussion is that this site has plenty of parking. There will never be any opportunity for overflow parking onto Saxon. Anywhere in the public right-of-way, there is plenty of parking on the subject site. Just to conclude, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak tonight. Hopefully I kept my remarks as concise as possible, but we believe there is plenty of parking on this site. There are no traffic impacts, imperceptible traffic impacts, and we hope that the board sees this as an opportunity to redevelop this site and what comes with this redevelopment are a whole number of positives. You heard that from the prior professionals, and what I can add is that there is no significant detriment on traffic, so I appreciate everybody's time.
Take 1 second. So from everything you've heard tonight, from the various experts and from the reports that we previously submitted, I believe that the indisputable facts are that this is a residential use. The town board recognizes it now as a residential use. It is a quiet use. It is an attractive use. Can you put up 13 on the screen? I just have it up there. So it's an attractive building. It's an attractive use. It will have absolutely no traffic impacts as concluded by our engineer and the town's own engineer. And as our real estate appraiser and expert has concluded from the report, even though he didn't speak, the conclusion is that the assisted living will have no impact whatsoever on the surrounding single-family homes. So in order for this board, in my opinion, right, if there's any rationale to deny this, given those undisputed facts, is that you just don't think Residence C zoning is appropriate at this location. The problem, though, I see for the board is that there's already Residence C zoning in this location. In fact, part of this same property is zoned Residence C, and I would point out that this board actually recommended to the town board to change it to Residence C. So the facts are the facts. However, if the board is still on the fence, I just want to remind the board, and I know the board knows this is a change of zone. This board has an advisory role with to the town board. The town board is the ultimate decision maker on a change of zone. So what I would ask the board, while we hope the board would recommend approval of this application by the town board, I would just respectfully request that the board not take any formal action that would frustrate the town board's ability to give this application the due consideration that it deserves. Thank you.
So, Mr. Guglielmo, thank you for your presentation.
Thank
I'm
you
going to
so
go
much.
to the public hearing, but
Thank
I
you.
think in your final summation,
Yes.
you touched on what I think was missing from the entire presentation and from Ms. O'Farrell's presentation. The issue here, I mean, it's a beautiful project. They're needed in the town of Islip, but they need it in certain communities in the town of Islip. And we want to look to the zoning. We want to look to the nature and character of the community. We want to look to whether or not the existing zoning is appropriate. What I have not heard, and I'll let you think about this while the members of the community speak, what I've not heard, I've heard examples of others that were built. I pulled up most of those while you were speaking to find out they're on major roadways, with the exception of Atria, which I think is different. I said this last time, I'll say it again now, is different in terms of what is south of Atria. And I looked on your own little aerial map or your zoning map that you showed here with the radius around it, and I found one property that was a small marina that was actually south into the residential area of the into the residential area in AAA zoning. I found one small piece. I know you said the things on Degnon, but they're sort of transitional from a commercial along Montauk Highway to the C, which was, or the CA, which was, I'm sorry, C, which was approved, which is immediately to the north of you guys. So I'm looking for more of an analysis, not right now, come back after the members of the community speak, but I don't see that analysis that was done in any of the presentations by you or any of your experts. And also to your comments of, you know, both in your letter and your comments tonight about the Fair Housing Act and the disparate impact or the disparate rest, I take personal offense to that. One is making allegations against us. Two, you know, my personal background, which you probably don't know, I was the Long Island Regional Director of Human Rights. I was the Deputy Commissioner, the first Deputy Commissioner, the Acting Commissioner. So I know a little bit about the Fair Housing Act. I know a little bit about discrimination, because I made a lot of those rulings for people and municipalities on Long Island when I held many of those roles. So we can talk about disparate impact, but for me, it's not just the C or it's also the C and the CA both. So both the age restricted and not the age restricted, it's the density and it's also the character of that community, which after we're done, I'd like for you to speak about, and I'd like Ms. O'Farrell to speak about how you did that analysis to say that 3 properties in now, not the first, not the second, 3 properties into a AAA residential community is appropriate and does not impact those 2 criteria that I set forth. So I'd like to come back to that after the community speaks and give you and Ms. O'Farrell time to prepare your thoughts on
Can I just give
that.
you a quick response, though? I know that
Yes.
we have debated.
Yes,
we have debated.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this.
please just
It'll
allow
take
him
2
time.
seconds. We've debated whether the Atria is a good comparable or not, and I understand, and I will acknowledge that the street is different. The end of Ocean is there are restaurants, right? There are marinas. I will acknowledge that, but if there's a use like this and there is no traffic impact whatsoever, and your expert has concluded that, why does it matter? I don't understand.
Well, the reason that I'll raise, and again,
Yes.
we'll come back to it
Yes.
after the community,
Thank you.
again, is the nature and character of the community. The existing zoning is appropriate. If we allow this one to become a C or a CA, either one, then the next person that comes before us says, oh, we have another one. And now we're encroaching further and further into what is a single family residential community. And that's, can I ask you please not, can I ask you please not to applause or interrupt? Thank you. And that's the issue I'd like for you and Ms. O'Farrell to address. That is the concern I have. It's beautiful. It looks nice. It's great that you're preserving open space. But for me, I haven't heard comments from anybody who's presented on your team related to the issues that I just raised. And that's what I'd like to hear from you after we go to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
I will be a little more liberal. Certainly. So it's Mary. Is it Jen? Oh, look at that. Mary. Okay, Mary. Just name for the record, please.
Came in here Mary Johnson, 3 Green Avenue, Bayshore.
Just use the microphone closer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sure. 3 Green Avenue, Bayshore, Mary Johnson. I came in here with a very open mind because I haven't got a clue what's going on. But now, since I live on Green, and I am now an extension of their driveway. This is what I want. I want no parking signs, parking for residents only, no trucks over 5,000 pounds. You're writing all that down, I hope? Thank you so much.
Speak
I
quick, but I'm
appreciate
going.
it.
Go ahead.
Okay, I got a couple of minutes. But the driveway is my main concern because I don't want the trucks. I don't want Cisco running up Green Street. There's no reason, since they're working up North Saxon now, I think Cisco's going to take that over, that they just can't come down Saxon and make a right. So I think all the streets over there should get signs. You don't want a sign that says resident parking?
Ma'am,
only?
ma'am, I was asking you just to address us. not
I'm
debate.
sorry.
Thank you.
So anyway, and let me see, what else? The driveway, the parking lot, there's supposed to be, one said 65 spots, someone else said 88. How many people are working there? I don't know. Do they all have a parking spot so they don't have to park on Saxon or down my street? Got that? Okay. The signs, the parking lot, and that driveway running down my street, where I've lived for over 50 years. And I don't mind the FedEx truck once in a while, or the UPS or Amazon coming through. And once in a while, someone gets a piece of furniture delivered. But I don't need that. And I've been to East Islip, and I see what's going on over there. That's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I have Ilya. Is it Balchitis? No. Yes. Here we go.
Good evening. I live in the Windcrest community, directly adjacent to this proposed facility. Hope that's better. And I live in Joyce's Way. Sunrise Development is trying to paint their complex as another Joyce's Way. It is not in any way, shape, or form like Joyce's Way. We don't have 30-foot box trucks coming into our community. We don't have huge garbage trucks coming into the community 3 or 4 times a week. We don't have exhaust smells from dryers and food vendors that will be food preparation that's coming into Sunrise. We don't have continual air conditioning noise that we will hear. We are directly adjacent to this property. And the difference between the old artist rendering and the new artist rendering shows that the property, the complex itself, they moved it a little further north, making it closer to the Windcrest property. And in addition, they took a roadway on the north side of that property to go from Saxon past the property into the back. That is, if you look at the artist rendering, you measure it out according to the scale on the artist rendering, we're talking less than 25 feet to the property line. Now, that may not be what it is, but on the rendering, when you scale it out, that's what it shows. That's unacceptable. This is the backyard. This is our backyard. Now, I understand that residential C zoning has changed. Not very happy about that. And I think it's very convenient that it happened at the time that they're looking to do this. I think people have become very distrustful of government. That may be another reason why.
What type of screening? I know they said the other night, I sat in on the Zoom meeting, they were going to have screening for whatever occurs in the back. They didn't go into any specifics. What else they didn't go into was, although I heard it tonight, I guess landscaping around the property. Has anybody come out to take a look at the north side of that property? I'm sorry, the north side of the property, the south side of Windcrest, as to what's there, what's actually there? Maybe somebody ought to take a look at that and realize that maybe just plantings may not be the most appropriate to put there. I think a fencing is needed, and I don't know if anybody's looked at the fencing that's there, because Windcrest community maintains 10-foot, or actually it's close to 13-foot from the back property to the fence. They maintain that. It only goes part way, and then the rest of it's a mess on the Montfort side. What's going to happen there? They're going to plant a couple of trees. There's bushes there now. Are they going to do anything with that? That's in our backyard. They talk about this being on 14 acres. It's not. It's on 7 acres. If they really wanted to be a friend, why wouldn't they put just this complex that they're proposing tonight in the middle of that 14 acres? So it's not right at our backyard. Lastly, I will just say, I feel this would significantly impact this neighborhood. And I'll ask you this question. How would you feel if this complex was adjacent to your home in your residential neighborhood? That's it.
Thank you. I have, is it Sarah Jane Caslin? No? Oh, okay.
I'll keep this quick. First, I think it's a little obtuse and condescending to the community to say that this will have no impact on the community. I have concerns about, I believe it was mentioned in the Zoom meeting that they have plans for parking for holidays where employees will park on the street and in community parking lots. So if it has zero impact on the community, why do you have a contingency plan? That doesn't make sense. Concerns about egress in the event of an emergency. There's only 2 streets in and out of the peninsula. And those are the major ones that I have.
Thank you. Lark Schlimbaum.
Good evening. My name is Lark Schlimbaum. I reside at 9 Colonial Court, Bay Shore, which is one of the side streets off of South Saxon Avenue. Excuse me. My home is within 500 feet of the subject property. I'm also an attorney, and before I retired a few years ago, I had over 43 years of experience in land use. I'm going to address some of the reasons why this application does not comply with the residency zoning ordinance. First, under general site criteria, the residency ordinance says that the site shall be of sufficient size so as to provide for adequate parking in accordance with town standards while still maintaining a residential appearance to the site. And I'm having a hard time figuring out how a 90,000 square foot building with 65 car parking lot has a residential appearance, and it certainly doesn't appear like any of the other residences in the neighborhood, including the ones in Residence C to the north. At Monday night's Zoom meeting, the Sunrise representative said that there would be holidays and special events when they would need overflow parking, and arrangements would be made at nearby schools or churches with shuttle buses driving people back and forth. And I respectfully submit that doesn't have a residential appearance either. So this particular assisted living facility, as it is envisioned by the applicant, does not comply with that provision of residency zoning. The residency zoning also addresses accessory uses and says that they are the same as in AAA. And in AAA, it says you can have other customary uses, provided they're clearly incidental to the principal use and do not include any activity commonly conducted as a business. In the last go-round on this application, we were told that Sunrise would be providing all sorts of things like a barbershop, outside vendors, various kinds of entertainment. Those are activities that are commonly conducted as a business. So again, this particular assisted living facility, the way it is presented, does not comply with Residence C. Another aspect of Residence C is that it specifically says that all uses not expressly permitted are prohibited. And so what is prohibited is the parking of commercial vehicles. And that would include the Sunrise shuttle bus that you received a picture of tonight. It's a commercial vehicle. It's got Sunrise advertising all over it. It is not permitted to be parked in a Residence C zone. And so that aspect of this particular proposal is illegal in this zone. And then finally, since I'm running out of time already, is the use itself. When the residency zoning ordinance was amended to allow assisted living facilities, the town board was very careful to specifically exclude skilled nursing facilities and nursing homes. Here, 50% of the proposed facilities for what Sunrise has called memory impaired residents. We don't know what the staff is like. We've heard that there's going to be 30 employees. We don't know the professions. We don't know their titles. We don't know their duties. We did learn tonight that there is going to be a medical office. And so now, is there going to be, what kind of medical treatments are given? Is there going to be hospice care? Has the line been crossed? Is this now becoming a skilled nursing facility and or a nursing home, or strictly a place where people get help living? And so without that information, you can't say that this complies with residency zoning. And so I would ask that the application be denied. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Suzanne, is it Lang?
Hello and thank you. My name is Suzanne Lang. I live at Colonial Court next to Lark. I want to say, as I said at the Zoom meeting, I thanked the team for doing such a great job listening to us and our concerns and downsizing their model. However, it still is a concern as far as the traffic that will be coming in. I know that they said there will be minimal to no traffic. However, the Northwell Cancer Center, there's still traffic. People like to come down Saxon Avenue just to, drive around, check out the neighborhood, see the homes. Saxon Avenue is becoming almost like a speedway. They're coming down quickly. It's 30 miles an hour. I would ask that the board consider, if this gets approved, reducing the speed zone to 25, adding speed humps so that the trucks and the cars and the sightseers have to slow down. I appreciate the sidewalk, but there are very many residents that walk their dogs 3 times a day. The children are out at the buses. It is not safe coming down Saxon Avenue any longer. As Main Street also, we have the Starbucks that will be coming. There'll be medical facilities coming. It is not safe for anybody riding bicycles, walking. So this is another area of concern for me. I would like you to consider the safety of the residents, the safety of the children when you're thinking about approving or not approving the complex. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred, is it Lawmar?
Good evening. My name is Fred Larmer. I live on Angela Lane, and I've lived there since 1986. I have about four quick points. The first would be that I think if you let this project pass, that it will really ruin the neighborhood, and I think neither the town of Islip nor the Catholic Church nor the nor Montfort Mission would really want to be responsible for that. And the second point is the same as somebody else mentioned, that I think if anybody on the board lived in the neighborhood, I think they would not want this project to go through. The third point is that I think it would be very cynical to change the zoning law just to allow a nursing home to be placed in the middle of a neighborhood, in the middle of a community. The nursing home is a commercial enterprise, and it has no place in a residential community. The fourth point is that I think the community needs a spiritual and cultural and nature center more than it needs a nursing home. And I think that building and so forth could be put to much better use as a center for retreats, lectures, classes, and so forth. And I think the Bayshore is tremendously overdeveloped, and certainly we don't need more commercial development right in the middle of a very nice residential area. So I hope these are considerations that you'll take seriously.
Thank you. Is it Al Bachner?
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to give some comments. One, I take great exception to the presenter's comment that he discerns that the board overlooked political opposition versus the benefits. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. There's people here who have concerns about their neighborhood, and I was glad to hear the chairman speak up about that. Thank you, sir. Also, I take exception to the fact that he alluded to threats to our neighbors. We're neighbors. We don't threaten each other. Also, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for pointing out the differences between the other nursing or facility up the street from Captain Bill's, where there's a restaurant, there's boat yards. It's a different type of neighborhood. And our neighborhood is residential. This is going to be very different. This is a business. It's a corporation. And we can see that by the polished presentation that was made here tonight. We heard about the need for these types of facilities. I live in Windcrest. I'm a few years away from needing one of these facilities. I don't dispute the need for it. I'm just disputing where the hell they're located. And one of the things that was interesting is in my search of the government records in the town is to further explore. This is a business. They're a corporation. And not only do they want to come into our neighborhood, a neighborhood of residential houses, but they're also looking to get grants and tax relief from the Town Industrial Development Association. So here they're coming in, they're not in our neighborhood. They're coming in and they're going to change our neighborhood. And we're begging you to take a look at our community family homes. Look at the difference between South Saxon and North Saxon. This is just going to be the tip of the iceberg. Once these people come in, we'll be looking just like North Saxon. So I thank you for your attention and for listening to our concerns. And I hope that you find for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Ortera.
Jennifer Ortera, and I'd like to thank you for listening to our concerns. You know, I wasn't going to mention this tonight, but I have a friend who works in the elder care industry, specifically the Alzheimer's Association, and she warned me 2 years ago that we had no chance in stopping this development, as Sunrise has a tremendous amount of money and influence and has never lost a battle. Well, we kind of saw that tonight when they basically threatened the town with ADA discrimination for the elderly and the handicapped. They actually have a history of doing that. I can Google too. And I will share with you in an email because I believe they did that to a township in Virginia when they didn't get their way and threw a lawsuit on them. So I will follow up with you at that. I'm just very sorry that my objections are so strong as this was proposed in 2019. For me, the semantics of the zoning, as apparently the zoning codes have changed since the initial application, are irrelevant. As the bottom line, this is still a for-profit business that would be built within a small private residential peninsula. Phil Croskin on that meeting was once again obnoxious and nasty to any resident who asked a question or had an objection to his business proposal during the meeting. I personally mentioned that staffing requirements for the facility, nurses, aides, life enrichment managers, OTs, PTs, visiting medical doctors, chefs, laundry crew, dining crew, cleaning crew, recreational directors, drivers for the residents' vans, and was told there were approximately 30 employees from 6:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., then a shift with 25 employees following, then a 25% reduction in staffing after dinner, and another 25% reduction for bedtime. Honestly, I have no idea if these numbers are accurate or truthful. My point was that a condominium complex such as Joyce's Way does not require this level of employees. I write this because Phil kept saying that the Sunrise Assisted Living facility was the same as Joyce's Way condominiums. The next issue I brought up was parking. Parking was already an issue in our neighborhood as our streets are very narrow. I told Phil that even if one of my neighborhoods has a simple barbecue, we have to make adjustments on the block, a small inconvenience that we accommodate for our friends and our neighbors on those dates. I spoke about the 2 or 3 events per year that Montfort previously hosted, and that during those events, I as a homeowner could not park in front of my own home and even had people blocking my driveway. With the Sunrise facility and the facility having only 65 spots, that one could easily deduct that between staff vehicles, Sunrise resident vehicles, and visitor vehicles, there will clearly be overflow parking on our residential streets and on a regular basis. Phil told us that Sunrise employees typically rideshare, park on off-site, and take a bus. I ask you guys, how does he have the ability to make these assumptions that present and with 100% guarantees? I then brought up the holidays, a time when parking is a problem in our neighborhood. And apparently, he'll have Sunrise people park at the ISOP school district or churches. And I asked him about if those contractual arrangements have thus been made. I was muted after that. Basically, in conclusion, because I know I have a time here, I'm really hoping on to the hope for you guys that you please, please, please preserve the quality of life for the residents of our family-centered community. I do not want to live across the street from a business. My husband and I intentionally chose this neighborhood for its quality of being quiet, quaint, and off the beaten path. I beg you to preserve our neighborhood, our quality of life, and the value of our largest investment for most of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I have is it Marianne Coelho or
is Mary Ann Coelho. I had a whole Jennifer stole my thunder. I wanted to say a lot of what she just said. I also want to make it clear what our new signs say. I would like to make it clear what our new signs say. We understand the assignment. We do not want any zoning change to residency. We would like to keep it residential, or we don't want it to be used for commercial use, as Sunrise is a business. And I think everybody clearly stated that tonight. I wanted to state that as well. I do want to point out one thing. We have worked with the Suffolk County Police Department in our neighborhood to establish a strong community watch program due to some of the problems that we have encountered at the end of Saxon, and also some burglaries in our area. Senator Boyle assisted us with some grants to purchase a security camera for the end of Saxon, which is also monitored by the Suffolk County Police Department. Part of this program is knowing your neighbors and who belongs, who doesn't belong. Phil at the Zoom meeting, wanted us to get to know our neighbors. I want to make it clear we know each other. We know Joyce's Way. We walk together. We talk with each other daily. We know who belongs and doesn't belong in our neighborhood. If Sunrise comes in with this big business, with their rotating staffs, they mentioned that they have 60 employees over the course of 3 rotating shifts. We don't know them. They'll be walking down our streets, on breaks, lunches, dinners. We have children. We don't want strangers in our neighborhood. We don't want a business in our neighborhood. So I think the bottom line is, we're just asking you to really take into consideration that this is a community, a residential community. We would like to keep it that way. You want to build a Sunrise assisted living somewhere, please find another parcel in Islip to do it. We don't want it in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Cairo.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Cairo, and I live on 10 Boyd Avenue, which is directly opposite this parcel as well. I'm within 200 feet of the property. A lot of my points have been taken by my neighbors as well, but I want to reiterate a few things, including the fact that we as residents did not vote to put in this new Residence C designation. We did not vote for it, and although we, vote for our representatives for the board, obviously, no one knew in advance that this was going to be a proposal that we would have an influence on. So therefore, we feel very strongly that this was put in place to benefit a corporation like Sunrise. So we are not happy about that, and we will be voicing that at election time. The comparison to Atria is quite different. I agree. I was actually under the impression that it was built sometime around or after Hurricane or Superstorm Sandy. I'm mistaken if it was 20 years ago. But a lot of those buildings were boarded up. It was a blighted out area. It was in no way similar, to the South Saxon Peninsula where we maintain our homes. There are several marinas there as well as the restaurants. So that is a completely different, it is not an apples to apples comparison. As far as threats being made, I was shocked when I heard the attorney make a threat to the board about a suggested lawsuit. But I know the feeling because we've also been threatened by these people behind me, where we've been told if this project does not go through, the threat of something worse or, something more intolerable could be coming. So the intimidation tactic, I feel, and I don't appreciate. I was listening to all the other residents that were here regarding the bar, and although this is quite different, their main theme was quality of life. This is absolutely going to impact the quality of life for all of us in many, many, many ways. The traffic studies I take huge issue with. We live in an area that the Main Street part of it, now we are a peninsula, so we have two means of egress in and out. We have Saxon and Degnon. On a busy, say, Friday evening with all of the fast food traffic, people going to CVS, people picking up their food at Taco Bell, people going to the Chinese restaurant. We're going to have a new Starbucks, I'm sure. We cannot get out of the peninsula as it is. Traffic backs up on those streets. On Main Street, we have a traffic cop in front of Taco Bell because it's so bad. So I can't imagine adding another business to this area that is serviced by a road like Saxon Avenue and Degnon as well. We've taught our children not to exit out of the Degnon area because there's no light there and the traffic is so bad. When J&Rs came in, the egress was grandfathered under the old Saxon Arms restaurant, and the parking there is horrific. People coming to McDonald's to use the easternmost parking lot, very often, if you're trying to turn onto Degnon, you could have a head-on collision there. It is super dangerous already, and there's just already way too much traffic. So bringing another commercial entity onto the peninsula with added traffic, I don't care if it's 30 people, I don't care if it's, 20 visitors a day, it's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig Lopresti.
Board members, hello, once again. Thank you. Craig Lopresti, 39 South Saxon Avenue. I'm here once again to oppose the existence of the Sunrise Assisted Living facility itself on this proposed site, the current site of the Montfort Spiritual Center. Irrespective of whatever rezoning application and modified plan is being submitted at this point. With all due respect, I believe we've been through quite enough of this at this point. We've been committed to and invested in this opposition in protecting this neighborhood, our neighborhood, from such an entity for close to 3 years now. It's been extremely exhausting, I'm sure for you as well. Whatever claims, surveys, reports have been conducted and submitted, they have nothing to do with the actual reality of the impact that this commercial entity will have on our community after the fact. These are merely claims, naturally, as they come, claims and words that are simply designed and delivered to assuage our very real anxiety and concern. These commercial service vehicles will most certainly be coming and going at a higher rate and volume than what has been claimed. These employee and visitor vehicles will most certainly pour out into our street and our side streets, in front of our homes, in every holiday and event day in between. This facility will bring an unwanted, most certainly will bring an unwanted and unwelcomed transient element to our community. These people whom we will not know will not be our neighbors. This will be a 24/7 profit-generating commercial business that will have been, excuse me to put it this way, pushed far too deep into the heart of a neighborhood and community, our neighborhood and community, and will bring all the negative impact with it. This is one of those moments, yet again, more than ever, we see them more frequently than ever, that truly requires the utmost responsibility and conscience moving forward into the future for all Long Islanders and communities everywhere. Please, 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 once again, one more time, stand with us, stand for us, stand for yourselves, and every community throughout Long Island and everywhere else from this point on. And please, we all, our entire community and neighborhood, and as we speak on the behalf of countless other communities everywhere on the island, please hold this line. Please hold this line. This is our home. This is where we live. This is also where you live. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, is it Chan?
Hi, Anna Chan, 39 South Saxon Avenue. Pretty much what I'm going to say is a repeat of everybody else, but I feel like I need to say it because I live right across the street from this property. We moved here 8 years ago from Manhattan because it's a quiet residential neighborhood, a perfect place for a daughter who will be turning 12 this year to grow up away from the hustle and bustle. We enjoy our daily leisurely walks with our dog Sadie along Saxon and biking around the neighborhood. The last few years, I've noticed there are more young children that have moved into the area, and they too often bike around and play on the streets. My daughter's school bus stops right in front of our house, and there are about 6 or 7 buses for the neighborhood school bus that stops along Saxon throughout the day. Even though Sunrise Assisted Living Facility is no longer seeking commercial rezoning, it doesn't take away from the fact that it is a for-profit business that will operate 24/7 directly across the street from my house and my neighbor's house. This is what we moved here to avoid, a neighborhood that is mixed use, where residents and businesses have opposite agendas. We have noticed since Northwell Health moved into the corner of Main Street in Saxon, there's been a lot more foot traffic going up and down the street. Employees taking lunch breaks, heading to the end of South Saxon to get their 10,000 steps in, or have lunch at the small beach area, leaving their trash around, or other random people driving up and down the street, speeding, past our kids biking. They're used things I wouldn't even repeat on the sides of our street because people are just coming down the street from other neighborhoods. I don't even know where they're coming from. Anyway, when they're saying they're going to have 50 or 60 assisted living employees coming through to work at the building, that's 50 and 60 people who we don't know that are going to be in our neighborhood, seeing us walk around, knowing where my daughter lives, knowing where other children live. Are these people, how do they vet their employees? I don't know, but I shouldn't have to know because they shouldn't be across the street from my house. It raises a serious safety concern for the people who live in the neighborhood, especially the children. And we know that, these days, you can't be sure you're safe, even sometimes with your neighbors. And we're talking about strangers that are going to be in the area. So can you honestly really say that this will not affect our quality of life and that our quiet neighborhood will only be gaining a new quiet neighbor and that the change will be negligible? We're not against senior citizens. We have great neighbors at Joyce Way. I see them, I walk the dog, our dogs hang out, they talk, they have their little thing. But we're against a for-profit business operating 24/7 across the street from our house and the influx of people and traffic that otherwise have no business here and will for certain change the way we live and raise concerns for the safety of our children. So that's all I have to say. But again, just please take into consideration if this was your property across the street, how would you vote? Thank you.
Thank you. Doris Kennedy.
Good evening. Doris Kennedy. I live at 18 Green Avenue, directly across from this proposed project. I had a whole list of stuff I wanted to talk about, but I feel like I need to address a couple of things first. So first off, where they're talking about how they've heard the community and they've adjusted parking and they've adjusted heights of the buildings. They took out the independent living. The parking and the height is at their max capacity under the current zoning. They didn't do that for us. They did it to fit in this box. The independent living on the old application was not a permitted use, so they had to remove it. That wasn't done for us either. None of these changes were done for us. When you talk about none of this is going to take values away from our homes, I'm a licensed real estate broker in Bayshore for 30 years. Okay, the single largest financial investment a person makes in their lifetime is their home. To turn around and say that it's not going to affect them, I'm going to send this to you after, but this is from a licensed residential appraiser, not a commercial appraiser. I specifically asked him, if you appraised a home across the street from an assisted living facility, would you make a value reduction on the property? His answer, yes, 5% off each comp for the sale price. And I said, so automatically 5%? He says, it's actually the appraiser's judgment. It could actually range from 3 to 10%. Okay, so to tell us people aren't going to lose value of their homes that they've worked hard for, that's not true. When you show a house and you're going to buy a home, are you going to pay $10,000 extra for the house that has a residential home across the street from it? Or are you going to pay $10,000 extra for the house that has a commercially operated business across the street from you? You're losing your values for these people. Great. They're putting tax money into the community, but are they helping the people, the neighbors that they're supposed to be being friendly with? I don't think so. When you talk about comparison from the Atria to Saxon Avenue, they're two different apples. One is green and one is red. The double yellow line stops at a certain point in Saxon Avenue because beyond that, it's all residential. Yeah, they're excited to tell us that there's a sewer district plant down there, but you can't even see it from the street. They don't have employees, 50 employees visiting that facility every day. That facility is not producing garbage. That facility is not getting deliveries. That's a mute issue that's there. Beyond the yellow line, there's no commercial or business down Saxon Avenue. If you go to Ocean Avenue, right behind the Atria, I'm just going to pull up my notes here, you've got, right behind the Atria, you've got Seabourn Marina, you've got Bayshore Marina, you have a bed and breakfast right there. It's all commercial beyond that point. I just have one other point. If you would extend me a little bit more time, I don't think I really even had 3 minutes here. But when we talk about deliveries and vehicles and these traffic studies, you have to take into consideration Starbucks. You have to take into consideration Nazzaro's property that's about to be built on the corner of Dagnott and Main. They talk about staff, 30 employees on one shift, 25 in another, and less at night. So let's say 60 employees a day. That's 2 movements per day from each employee in and out. If they get dropped off or use a taxi, that's 4 movements per day. So my math, that's at least 120 movements just from staff. That doesn't include deliveries. That doesn't include visitors. It doesn't include medical visits from people who need it, that Sunrise isn't offering it to them. The meals, 270 meals a day they're producing. That's 2,000 meals a week. You're telling me this place isn't going to produce an enormous amount of garbage? I mean, come on. It's a commercial business. I don't care what zoning they're going for. We don't need a commercial business in our neighborhood. You know, it's affecting our home values. It's affecting our quality of life. And we're asking, we're begging. We're not even just asking. We're begging that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Fitcher.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Syracusa. I'm from South Shore Court. And I just noticed something about Sunrise. They have an attitude that if somebody has something to say that they don't like about them, they're discriminating against the seniors. Well, I'm a senior. I'm 72 years old. I know who's discriminating against me and not. And stop doing me a favor that you're building this commercial thing for me. We talk among ourselves, seniors. It's cheaper to stay in my house, bring in care, or downsize to a condo than go to $8,000 or $10,000 a month. I was here. I brought my children up here. I love the flavor of this. I want to be able to walk here. And I want them to know that you think all these seniors, we just don't speak up for ourselves. Well, you've got a lot of nerve, because this seniors in Islip and Bayshore, we stick up for each other. We don't need you. Thank you. And have a good night.
Thank you. Peter Fichter.
Thank you very much. I agree with everything that was said here. I just wanted to add, this will be a linchpin for things to come. If you look at the parcels that are south, I live on 28 Angela Lane, and if you go south, there are several large parcels, former estates, and this will just be what they use to create more commercial businesses further south on a very residential peninsula. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robin Napolitano. Robin Napolitano.
Hi, Robin Napolitano. I live at 11 Boyd Avenue. It's adjacent to the Montfort Seminary. I grew up in Islip, went to school in Islip, I guess since 1970. I've obviously come back. I teach in West Islip, and the community is just one where when people find out about it, they don't leave. As you can see tonight, with the people that came before us, they were fighting to save their community from another business that impinging in on their neighborhood. It's very similar to what we're asking you tonight as well. We have the business coming into our neighborhood, as everyone has been saying, the same theme, and we're just trying to hold on to it. All the medical buildings. I've seen the landscape change over the years. Main Street, even Union Boulevard, everything's changing. But once you let something go, you can't get it back. It's gone. As a teacher, I was teaching the children today. There was a child in Hawaii. His name was Robbie Bonds. And he noticed that 190 national parks and monuments are in America, and the government wants to reduce them, at least 27, and get rid of them. And he said, you know what? If you get rid of all that land and wildlife and history, you're going to lose out on what's there to learn and the beauty of America. Well, if you just kind of dumb that down a little bit to a little town called Islip, who has assisted living facility that wants to come in and take away from our land, the residents, we're never going to get that back again. The beauty and the quaintness of our little couple of blocks south of, Montauk Highway will be gone. I walk my dog every morning down Saxon Avenue, mainly because none of the kids want to do it anymore. And I truly appreciate the waves and hellos, and it's a sense of community. And I know people are thinking, there she is again in the snow with that little dog, but I would just ask, just to consider and think about the future of my children, who will one day probably inherit my house as well. I don't want to look out on a parking lot that they now move from the north side by Joyce's Way around to the other side now across from Boyd at 65 cars, 10 feet from the street. That to me is, I don't know, something is just wrong. It's just wrong. And I don't want to take up any more of your time, but please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Lynn Gramley.
Hello, my name is Mary Lynn Grimley. I'm at 41 South Saxon Avenue. I live directly across the street from the Montfort, which is where they want to put this commercial business. I know they say it's a business. It does not belong in our area. We are a close-knit community. We all see the kids riding their bikes, people walking dogs. It is not a place for commercial business. Please, 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 I'm begging you, please do not agree to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Bergen.
Good
evening. I'm going to keep this short because pretty much everything I wanted to say has been said already. But my family and I have lived in our house directly across from the proposed property project, and for the last 15 years, and we love our neighborhood. We love the landscape that is there now. We love that there are kids out walking and riding their bikes all the time up and down Saxon, that there are people walking their dogs and just walking all day long. And, you know, there's been so much building going on in the general area with all of the medical facilities and Northwell buildings going up, that the traffic has just increased exponentially over the last, I want to say, 5 years. And, you know, in our area, people zooming up and down the side blocks. This is really going to impact our neighborhood. You know, and this is really about money. It's about money. Sunrise is making $7,000 to $10,000 a month on each resident that they have there. You know, my husband and I were paying $19,000 plus a year in property taxes. And, you know, this could affect how our property is appraised when it's time for us to sell our house. So, you know, that's kind of taking money from our pockets to line their pockets. So that's basically all I have to say. And please vote to, you know, take all of our emotions and our thoughts and our feelings into consideration, because this will impact our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Alan Grimley.
Hello, my name is Alan Gremley. I reside at 41 South Saxon, directly across the street from the proposed project. I would just like to address what Andrew Valari had said about the traffic study. That's V as in Victor, ILARI. The study was, if anybody could do a traffic study, it's me. I'm directly across the street where they hung the camera on Boyd and Saxon on December 21st, when nobody's around, probably inches of snow on the ground. I asked, why didn't they do it during the school year, the season, or in the summertime? We've got, where was Andrew when the tractor trailers come down at 6 in the morning? I'm in my pajamas backing them up an hour to Main Street. It's an eel trap down there. Once you come in off Saxon or Dagnon, there's no getting out. Tractor trailers come down, they make a mistake, they go all the way to the bay. There's nowhere for them to turn around. Neighbors and I have backed them up. It takes 45 minutes to an hour, and it's insane. So that traffic study is irrelevant to this whole project. The other thing is, right now, the traffic light on Montauk Highway and Saxon Avenue, I timed it. There's several times where if you cross the sensor, you could sit there for 2.5 to 3 minutes. School days, the Maples, they have children there getting on the bus. This is totally irrelevant to this situation. The traffic study was done wrong, and I could go on, and I'm going to tell you, these people don't care about you. They don't care about me. It's right here. That's it. So that's all I have to say. I've been there 23 years. I raised my family there, and if this goes through, it would break my heart.
Thank you. That is the last card I have. Did anyone not fill out a card that wished to be heard? Just come on up and please fill out a card afterwards.
Good evening. My name is Denise Sarnicola. I live in the Windermere, which is just west of what we're talking about on Saxon. I wasn't going to say anything, but hearing everybody speaking tonight, it's very important to listen to them. There were some things that were not even brought up that a few of my neighbors and I were saying. No one's talking about all the lighting in the parking lot and everything that you, oh, did you speak about that? Okay, because that's a big thing.
Also talking about if they do this there, and there's the atria, then when is it going to be down our street, Awixa, where they're going to take over another big parcel of land down there when one of the mansions, which we have them, that are abandoned or very run down. So it's not good for any of us living south of Montauk. I would like to see an independent study done on our home values when this happens and the Starbucks comes in and we're just taking too much south of Montauk. And just for your information, I had a parent at the atria, and they do all of their cleaning of their carpets, and they do it very, very often. They do it at night. So these people will have to endure the Stanley steamer trucks constantly going. It's mind-boggling, the sound that comes out of those trucks. And they're there for a very long time, cleaning all those rugs, and they do it after the residents go to bed. So that's basically all I want to say.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to turn to Mr. Colgan to give us a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated by the applicant, this application proposes an assisted living facility on a site that had been a seminary. Prior to this, the property had been the subject of a change of zone for a General Service C district back in 2019. The primary concern raised by the public at that time and heard tonight was the changing of the zoning to commercial zone in a residential neighborhood and accompanying traffic. Since that time, the applicant has dropped the 90-unit independent living portion of the proposal, leaving the 90-unit assisted living facility. The balance of the site would remain open space to be maintained by the applicant. The subject site meets some of the general site criteria of the Residence C district. It is located within a convenient distance to existing retail services, is of sufficient size and shape so as to provide for the required buffer, landscaping, and setback requirements. The parking is consistent with other approved assisted living facilities, and there's ample open space and recreation areas on site. The requested Residence C district would preempt other potential intense uses that the General Service C district would permit, such as hospitals and nursing homes. There is Residence C to the north. However, that development consists of about 43 townhomes. It's not an assisted living facility. A traffic study was submitted and reviewed by the town's traffic consultant. That's already been addressed by the applicant. The conceptual site plan exceeds landscaping requirements and I believe would constitute a parking relaxation, although admittedly parking could be added elsewhere on site. However, the staff would recommend that the board reserve decision tonight, as there have been many comments raised that should be addressed prior to bringing this back to the board for some sort of recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Guardino.
All right. Philip Kroskin just wants to say a few words.
Members of the board, my name is Philip Kroskin, Senior Vice President of Real Estate for Sunrise Senior Living. I'd just like to address a couple of the operational comments that came up. Regarding the comment about holiday and event parking that Lark brought up, I was reacting to a question in the event that we did have holiday or event that had the potential for overflow. I said, if those things do happen, we would manage it. In fact, the Montfort events that have been occurring are unmanaged. And that's the simple fact that they just park out on their streets. Otherwise, this parking ratio is well in excess of what we otherwise build in our buildings. The second comment I really wanted to address is the comment about strangers on their streets. First, I'll address the fact that these are public streets and they're not theirs. The fact that Degnon has a lumber yard and has an industrial lumber yard and a marina and a restaurant that is right adjacent to all these residential homes that many people are speaking of. And to that extent, I don't know how you can identify, and to that effect, I don't know how you can identify strangers versus non-strangers. I've been doing this my entire life, and when I hear comments like that, they offend me. The reason they offend me is because when the employees of our building are needed for the purpose of caring for the frailest of the frail, when they're needed for the purpose of caring for your mom and your dad, they're fantastic people. But somehow in the event of a zoning hearing, They're strangers who are going to hurt our children. These are very well vetted, very well educated, very well trained individuals who are brought in to look after the frail people. So to that extent, I just find that difficult when people comment about the fact that they know people in their neighborhood. And finally, there's a clear perception versus a reality that we each have a different opinion of. And that is the opinion of commercial versus residential. And while we are a company, and while we do create a profit which allows people to be paid, we are there for the purpose of allowing our residents to be cared for in a way that they can't be cared for at home. We are providing a service to a community that is extremely important, that has been recognized in communities throughout Long Island and throughout the country as an absolutely underserved and needed population. And so I would posit, because I do this every day and because I see our buildings, that we are residential. And I accept the fact that they see us as commercial because they're only looking at the negative side. I would hope that there's an opportunity that somebody could take a moment and go walk one of our buildings, any one of them, and see that these buildings operate in a very, very comfortable, quiet, and meaningful way for the community that they serve. They are not anything like anybody represents. So while that is something that is of concern to them, we get stuck in this residential versus commercial debate all the time. Yet once these buildings are built, all that noise goes away. And the reality is the people who live there are fine with it. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to ask everybody to please refrain from any side comments. Mr. Guardino.
Yeah, so I would like to call Carrie O'Farrell to address your question from earlier.
What information are you looking for?
Good evening. I want to stress a couple of points that I think are critical and somehow have gotten a little missed in the presentation. First and foremost, need. And Phil brought this up just a moment ago, but the greater hamlet of Bayshore should be considered, and the town as a whole should be considered in terms of the need for this type of facility in this specific area. What is on the screen right now is figure 4 of our planning report. What it shows is the existing assisted living facilities within a 5-mile radius. It will show you that there is a total of 3 facilities with 166 beds. The demand, or the potential demand, of senior population of 65 and, sorry, let me start with 65 and older with a disability in the hamlet of Bayshore, according to the US Census, is 1,251 residents. Over 75, I would refer you to table 4 of our report. And it lists different disabilities and population of age 75 and older. And you will see the number of people that fit that scenario far exceeds 166 beds. So, and to that point, it is understood that not everybody of a certain age and disability requires an assisted living facility. However, there is a demand. Sunrise would not be looking to place a facility here if there wasn't a demand. The fact of the matter is, everybody is in the same situation where they can have the luxury, I guess, of staying
Ms.
home and
O'Farrell,
helping.
I'm not going to argue with you over the need.
Okay.
I think there is a need of these facilities.
Okay.
My question that I posed to Mr. Guardino and you really talks about the need for this facility in that specific area, and to talk about the nature and character of the community, the existing zoning being appropriate, and which is what I want to get to. And also, if you want to go back to your comparisons, which I didn't think were true and accurate comparisons. So that's what I'm trying to get out
Sure.
of you. We can go on all day long about the need for this. We agree
Well-
that there's a need for this. We've approved since 2016. I can go through the ones that we've approved. I can go back further than that and tell you the ones that we approved. I can tell you the one in Sayville we approved had 172 units, which is on Sunrise Highway. So we do approve these, okay? We look at the character and the nature of the communities that these get approved, and we look at the existing zoning in those communities, and we keep sort of talking around that and not speaking to that. What I'd like for you to do is really speak to that.
Sure. So my point in that discussion was just that there was a need in the Bayshore, immediate Bayshore area. So I just wanted to put that on the record again. There is a specific uniqueness, though, to this parcel, which I think this board needs to consider. Just like in every planning application, you look at the existing land use. This is an existing institutional use on 14 acres on the waterfront. It is not a question of will this be developed or not. It is what will it be developed with. They are going to sell the property. In the existing zoning, that building could be reoccupied as a school. It could be knocked down and turned into a religious use, a church. Many of the reuses of this property are far more intense than an assisted living facility. If you look at the neighboring property to the north, the existing multifamily at Windcrest, 43 units. Another thing that's kind of lost in this discussion is an assumption that this proposed use, the assisted living use, will generate all this commercial traffic or additional trips. However, again, the multifamily use to the north has residential traffic going in and out. The assisted living use does not have the residential traffic. It's limited to really the employees and a limited number of deliveries. So when you compare a trip generation to the multifamily to the north and what this would generate, you're in a very similar situation. It is not extremely different. It does not generate extreme numbers of commercial vehicles. In fact, the as of right reuse of this property, 12 single family homes, Peapod delivery once a week, Amazon comes to my house three times a week, easy. So multiply that times 12, and what are we talking about in terms of deliveries? So understand that this property will be redeveloped. It could be redeveloped in lots of different ways under the existing AAA. And you have to look at the benefit of what you get out of an assisted living facility, a demand, something that's needed to care for a residential population of the town, also which has some great tax benefits, gets you an open space preserved so that the view across the street for certain residents will be open space, and a 2-story building that has, in my opinion, architecture that is in character with the community. So again, the uniqueness of this and saying that it's going to continue further south, I think that is not the case in my professional opinion. I'm looking at this site and this use, the size of it, the existing institutional use. And to me, in my opinion, is that this is unique and should be treated as such. Was there any other question?
I would consider your answer
Oh, I'm sorry,
non-responsive to my question.
I'm sorry,
I don't
there's-
think you
there's
really
two-
addressed my question.
So on the screen right now is figure 5 of the planning report, which shows the existing zoning surrounding the Atria at Bayshore. Oh no, sorry, can you figure 5? Okay, so figure 5 shows, I'm not sure if you're there yet. The plan.
Packet or no?
Did you know what? Actually, that's in the planning report, right? Okay, I'm sorry. I have it on the screen right now, and it's in the planning report that was submitted to you. I apologize. So because I'm responding to your comment, I'll just respond to the comment and try to describe what's happening. So the Atria Bayshore is completely surrounded by residential zoning, AAA or AA and A zoning. If we can go to the next one, figure 6, the arbors, which is figure 6 of our planning study. Bear with us for 1 second. It shows that it is completely surrounded by Residence A zoning. single-family residential use. And then figure 7, which is the Bristol at Sayville, shows that it is completely surrounded on 3 sides by residence B, and only across the street to the west and to the north is their existing business. So in my opinion, that is predominantly residential zoning surrounding that site. So those are 3 different existing assisted living facilities. Again, we reached out and to the town to ask, are there a lot of complaints about the atria? And the answer was no. This use is something that is, once built, a very quiet use. The residents are not having parties and inviting their friends over. It is a limited, the residents themselves need a quiet environment for Sunrise's own operation of the facility. They are looking for an environment to be calm and quiet. We have a significant amount of buffering and ability to further landscape it to hide it from the street if that's something that the neighborhood is looking for. That's a part of the site plan process that would follow. And Sunrise so far has shown you that they have been very willing to address comments. So, again, looking at the other facilities that are of similar nature in the town, they are similarly situated.
Mr. Farrell, I don't disagree with you on, again, the nature of the use. I don't necessarily disagree with you on some of the traffic comments I made and the rest. My concern is, and I think you've strengthened my argument by picking 3 facilities that are located on other non-residential roadways. The surrounding area may have residence AAA or residential districts, but I think one's maybe, certainly the one that Atria is on, the one that we raised, if you pull it back up, was at Lakeland Avenue. Which one were we? What are the streets that they're located on?
So Arbors, can you
Is
go back one? Sorry, figure 6.
Is located on what street?
It's between 2, Arctic Ave and Smithtown Ave.
So Smithtown Avenue. So that would be my point there. And rather than go back and forth and debate this, I think you know what my questions and concerns are, and I think what you probably should do is put something together and submit it so it can be reviewed. But I'm not disagreeing from the standpoint of there's a need for this in the community. I'm not disagreeing from the service that they provide. My point that I'm trying to make is the community that you're going into and the street that it's on, the nature and character of that community. When you have commercial property along Main Street or commercial property on a main street and you use a C or a CA, because it's not about age, even though the letter implies that we're considering this to discriminate based upon age, which is not in fact the case, even though that's in writing from the applicant. What we're looking at here is it's going from C, CA, and then you're going to go further back, and then there are more properties beyond that into the residential AAA district that all become C or CA, or some other use that is not A or AA or AAA, whatever the case may be. You're taking away from the nature and character of the community by doing that. When does it end? We approve this today. The next applicant comes in with the next piece of property there are some large parcels there, gets sold, and they want something similar. I would not be in favor of putting 20, 30, or 40 age restricted or non-age restricted units there. It's a residential AAA district. And I think when you get further into those districts, you're taking away from the nature and character of those communities by going so far into those residential communities. And that's my point that I would like for you to address. And again, you don't have to address it now. You can certainly put something in writing and submit it back to us, and you, Mr. Guardino, can get together and put it back to us. Those are my issues and those are my concerns. And that's what I'd like to see addressed. It's beautiful. It looks nice. You're doing a great job with it. I just don't see it there unless you can give me an argument from the points that I'm raising. I don't see it there. And I just want to let Mr. Frugieri add something.
Let me tell you what my thought process is. Whenever, and you've been very free to tell us what our role is and our duty is as a board. But whenever we consider a change of zone, one of the main criteria that we have to consider as a board is whether the existing zoning is appropriate, whether the existing AAA zoning is appropriate. Now, we use the community to the north, Joyce Way, as an example. I happen to be the council person who made the motion to approve that community. And I made it at a time where there was overwhelming community opposition. And the thinking at that point was that's when King Cullen was still in the shopping center. Northwell didn't exist. Across the street was an apartment building. And the question was AAA zoning appropriate at that location? Would someone come in and build single-family homes right behind the King Cullen and a AAA zoning? And the answer was no, that wasn't really a feasible reality. So the use that was proposed was scaled down from what was originally proposed, and we felt that was a good transition from the commercial on Montauk Highway to the residential community to the south. That was a portion of the Montfort Seminary property was being used as a transition. The two questions we have to ask ourselves on this board is the existing AAA zoning on the current Montfort Seminary property, is that appropriate? And two is how far do we want to make this transition encroach into a residential community? Those are the things that we have to weigh. We've already established the transition. How far do we want to take it? Or do we want to take it any further? Those are the questions that we have to consider. And when you prepare your planning analysis, that's something I like to look at.
Absolutely.
Are there further questions from the board? Mr. Coordinator, would you like to add anything further to your application?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Manmore, I know
Thank
you
for
had
your
some
patience
comments.
tonight.
I do have a couple of comments because of everybody up here. I probably know this area as well or better than anyone. I'm old enough. I was born in Southside Hospital, about a quarter mile away. Go on and on. I don't, and it's getting late. But and by the way, I think, in fairness, you've done an excellent presentation. However, the point that the neighbors are bringing up is very real. I represented a lot of them when they bought their homes, and I thought they were going to be in a residential community forever. Now there's a line in the sand here a little bit. Your organization does a great job. Sunrise does a great job. It's a necessary benefit to the community, no question. I had a lot to do with the atria and know the differences between these parcels better than most. The commercial down the block on Degnan Boulevard have been there for 100 years. Before those houses were built, those commercial spots were there. Why? Because of the depth of the canal. The depth of the canal dictated the fact that the fishing boats could come in and dock. Most of the other canals, they can't do that. So, and there's a major difference between my grandfather's house was next to the atria, and I voted for the atria. But there's a major difference that I know so well because I grew up over there. And as we've all touched upon, there's always major differences in parcels. And certainly it's an issue, I think, obviously for people who are building a very good product and one that is needed. But they have a point too. They have a point. This is what we bought. This is where we thought we were going to be. And this is commercial. Now you're going to submit something, and we're not going to do anything, I don't think, tonight, but reserve decision to listen to everything that was said on both sides and make a fair and rational and reasonable decision on it. But I want you to know that it's an issue. And the people have been very vocal, but also organized and clearly stating, and it isn't that they determine what the zoning is going to be. The town is going to do that. But their feelings and what they want have to be considered also. And there's a balance that has to happen. So with that in mind, I'll make a motion that we close this hearing and reserve decision and listen and read and study everything that you submit and any further submissions that come from the neighborhood. And then we'll do our best to make the correct decision.
That's all we can ask.
It's a motion by Mr. Matamore to close the public hearing and reserve decision, second by Mr. Brown. All in favor? Opposed, abstentions, it's reserved.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Can I get a motion? Motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to close.
Motion by Mr. Frugieri to adjourn the meeting, second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor, opposed, abstentions, we're adjourned. Thank you.